to ice. Close your eyes, forget my black clouds cry as atoms collide. Death eats life, creep inside. I know you've done all you can to change me for yourself. Ooh. Blistering skin that shines, I climb out to find myself by myself. Please just hold on, soon we'll all be singing. Reigniting, let's go to the beginning. To the cut all ties, the familiar mind sees all light, shadows hide, all that was hid deep down, all uncovered to the sound of brass and bells. By myself.
You've got secrets in your eyes. Just meet me one more time. I'm feeling things I've never felt before. Presence that's so bright outshines the city lights. You know it takes me to another world. Takes me to holding on together as we lift it to the skies. The heavens open wide 'cause it's you. Holding on together. Takes me to, it takes me to, it takes me to another world. from nowhere makes you wonder if you've lost control. Leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true.
All right, sorry guys. Zebra's on the 20-month resubs. Tony, 2 hours ago apparently. They did so funny. What are we gonna play on? Someone was a test on Death Hunt, I think. I remember it was. I don't know what's best. I want to say Dark Knight. Oh, they released another thing with Chris Metzen this time. It's 23 minutes. Eh, wait, let's watch this. Cue a chef. Oh wait, no, this guy's not useful to play on. Probably. Anthony? All right. What's Metzen got to say?
You know, morphing into orcs. I didn't think Zerglings, you know, morphing into orcs would work, but
I didn't either.
it's been a privilege working on Zergorks.
Hi, I'm Scott Johnson, the host of the World of Warcraft podcast, The Instance, and today I'm sitting here with Chris Metzen. Chris,
Scott, it's good to see you, man.
good to see you. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, it's a crazy time.
What's this podcast?
I didn't either.
It's been a
Sunny
privilege
with a
working
good
on
sub to Go Feral.
Hi, I'm Scott Johnson, the host of the World of Warcraft podcast, The Instance, and today I'm sitting here with Chris Metzen. Chris,
Scott, it's good to see you, man.
good to see you. How you feeling?
Wait,
I'm feeling.
it ended 2 years ago? I mean, it says it ended 2 years ago, but I don't know if it did. It was from 2006. Huh. Guess I'm not a big podcast person, so I don't really know.
I'm pretty good. You know, it's a crazy time. We're about to launch The War Within and, you know, really kick off this massive World Soul saga, which is a trip because, you know, I haven't shipped a video game in, you know, 8 or 9 years. So it's
8 or 9 years. Is that true? 8 or 9? 9? 8? That means, oh yeah, 8 years would be 2000. That would be Legion.
kind of wild going through this process again and just kind of feeling that anticipation, you know, excited to see what people think, and when the product finally gets into people's hands, it's one of my favorite parts of the whole development process.
Well, let me ask you this question, because you reminded me of how long this has been going. I remember firing up the World of Warcraft OG vanilla World of Warcraft and seeing a trailer that said celebrating 10 years of Warcraft. And I remember then thinking, you got to be kidding me. That's insane. That's how long I've been playing these games. And now we're 20 years on top of that, 30 years total. That has to be a little overwhelming, especially given that you were here for most of that, had a bit of a break, now you're back. Does that weigh on you? Do you feel the heat from the time? Like, how do you feel about how that entire process has gone?
I don't feel kind of heat or like the weight of time, you know, relative to expectation. It's really weird, you know, being a little older, a little wiser. Feels like 100 years ago, feels like 5 minutes ago, all at the same time. So when I look at this World Soul Saga, the stuff we're building right now, thankfully there's an immediacy of it all to me. It's just, we live and die by, you know, how good, you know, the things we're sculpting in real time is. Trying to.
It's interesting because, like, I guess from his POV, people came in and fucked his work up, right? Like if I'm Metzen, and especially considering the way he came in and just, what's the Game of Thrones thing? Red Weddinged it. Like, he got rid of all the other, like, I'm just assuming, you know, I'm reading into that a little bit, but like, he came in, all the old people that were doing stories have mysteriously left, right? So I feel like from his POV, he's fixing his shit, kind of.
Hold it all in your head, the weight of the past, you know, it's kind of beyond me. I can't really wrap my head around like all the history all at once. I mean, there's kids graduating college right now named Jaina and Anduin. It's like, what? I often find it's not all that helpful to overdwell on, you know, in the course of development. You want to keep it focused on what you're doing at the time.
I don't want to say it, but like, naming your kid Anduin is fucking rough, man. He, as a character, my God, you know, the name's fine. I respect it, but like, my God.
So that's how I try and balance it out. One day I'm sure I'll look back and go, wow. Working on this game again has really given me more of
No, he didn't
like
say
an immediate
he didn't say
sense of
Thrall, right?
gratification that just kind of keeps you focused in the moment. And that's
Anduin's a
generally,
fine name.
where my head is
I
at
respect the
on a
name.
day-to-day basis.
When
And I
you-
respect
you
him in the name.
mentioned
I just,
people
the
naming
character
kids
in
after
game, I'm not a
characters
fan
that you
of.
created, that you named, and that you developed and saw grow and evolve and everything. Something that's interesting about War Within so far, to me, is we're seeing the gang kind of back together.
That's true. No, it's true. I would definitely do that. I would try and move away from it.
Talking to Thrall with
I
Jaina.
swear, man, after fucking Shadowlands, he 100% had to have the nickname Andy at that point, right?
Nearby, and Khadgar, my favorite worst wizard of all time, but I love him. He's there. They're all there. And what that tells me is that we're in for.
Well, he's had an interesting kind of history of a time with WoW, where I think he's had to take more. So I've always thought of it in terms of like, he was a very big part of it up until Kata, and then after Kata, I think he had to start taking a lot more advice out from outside, and then the story shifted a lot after Kata. And I think Kata was an impossible expansion for him to succeed in, right? There was no possible world in which Cataclysm could work. And the reason why Kata couldn't work and couldn't be accepted as a good story is because Wrath of the Lich King was too fucking good, in my opinion. He had to lose. Like, he had to try and make a story in 3 years that beat 20 years of storytelling through, not 20 years, like 15 years or something. Basically, he had one that had been building over the course of like cooking 15 years, and he finished that in Wrath. And obviously it was insane. People enjoyed it, and people like thought it was a fitting ending, and they really like did the whole story arc justice. And then he had to make a new one that took place in one expansion. and he had to try and beat that. When you had people playing through Wrath that had played through Warcraft 3 and played through Thrones and Throne, and I think it was the expansion, right? Yeah, Warcraft 3 and Thrones and Throne. So that they had seen this like whole storyline come to an end over like 15 years. It was like a 15-year movie, and then he had to try and do something with Deathwing in that kind of time. So you have to basically like take a whole bunch of what's the word? You have to like make some pretty strong assumptions about characters to make that work, and he got a lot of criticism for that in the end, basically. He was going to, I mean, I don't know. I think he said it, they said it quite well, right? One of the big problems that WoW's had is that their expansions have been very like isolated. So like it's really hard to build a story in just one like most of the expansion's lore happens in one patch. Like most of the lore for this expansion is going to happen realistically next week or in 2 days time when you play through if you play through the early access. You're going to see the majority of what the expansion has to offer in terms of like how the world evolves and stuff, and then over the patches you're seeing it conclude. But the actual like, introduction of the vast majority of the lore is going to happen in 2 days time, and that's how it works. You're leveling, you're seeing the majority of the story. So it's really tough to create a story and kind of partially finish it and create intrigue and stuff when it's only taking place in just a single expansion. Most, all of Dragonflight's story happened in one expansion. Most of that lore isn't old, it's new, right? All the Shadowlands stuff got fucking thrown out immediately. Same deal. My volume's down. I have it turned off right now. While I'm talking, I think.
Or some coming together of a lot of strings, a lot of stuff that has been out there for 20 years that will finally converge in some meaningful ways. Do you want to speak to that a little bit?
I'll break it down. When I came back, I'm like, all right, let's go. World of Warcraft. Like, what do we got? What are we making? And they were in, they had already been doing War Within, or what would become, War Within, for about 10 months. While I liked what they were building and thought it was a cool next chapter in WoW, in my head, I'm like, for the 20th anniversary of WoW, like, I want to have a feeling, like, whatever the product
The
becomes,
stream
I want
volume
a
is
feeling
down?
of
Really?
Pulling all the toys out of the toy box, right? I think like older characters, the kind of macro themes that, the series has been about all these years, Titans, Old Gods, Light and Dark. I wanted to feel like the anniversary was capturing, like this kind of mix of all of the core flavors, and ultimately proofing out that there has been this storyline all the way through, that everything kind of converges into this crescendo. And in a very real way, how the War Within was shaping up, they're like, yeah, dude, like there's no way on earth, right? That that's going to divert the course of Mighty Rivers. There's no way to get that done on top of what we're already in production on. So that begat this idea of a larger.
Wait a second.
Everything kind of converges into this crescendo. And in a very real way, how the War Within was shaping up, they're like, yeah, dude, like there's no way on earth, right? That that's going to divert the course of Mighty Rivers. There's no way to get that done on top of what we're already in production on. So that begat this idea of a larger saga. I'm like, okay, well, what if we can get there in X number of steps? What if we can build to something just ridiculous, but it might take a couple expansions to do. And somehow, folks, bought in on it.
I think it's actually the concept is really awesome. Basically, this expansion is going to end like a cliffhanger. I mean, Legion had one of the best endings of all time, I think, too. I don't think he had any, I don't know if he, I don't think he shipped Legion largely, but the end of Legion, when Argus like fucking drives the giant sword in, insane, right? Like it actually felt like it didn't. The thing that sucked about that is it drove the sword in, and all it did was sit and it wasn't like part of a greater storyline. It was just like, oh, that'd be cool. And then it was like it was the catalyst for events on Azeroth, but it wasn't directly tied into a specific, like it wasn't like you didn't know who the boss was. You're just like, oh, this happened, and this spawns a whole bunch of other things that happened that are all isolated. But I guess in this case, it's gonna feel like you're tied directly to the next expansion. I don't know about Shadowlands being the wrong direction. I don't think Shadowlands had anything to do with Metzen. So I think Shadowlands is like, from his POV, just a weird. Keep in mind, Shadowlands was technically, I guess, sort of planned. I mean, the Lord of the Rings is a bit different. Blizzard can keep Zereth Mortis. Yeah, there's a lot. Shadowlands is all very weird, man. The whole expansion got. I mean, I loved that. It's one of my favorite expansions. It changed my life, but at the same time, as a person that's played WoW for quite a while and followed the story over time, Shadowlands was just very alien, I think. And Zereth was like one of those things that like you saw it and you're like, huh? And it was hard to understand, and they just didn't elaborate at all. I mean, like you read into it a bit, and it's like it has implications that are interesting. But it was like it just felt like Shadowlands, and also to a lesser extent Dragonflight. So much of the actual game took place in novels, man. Like it felt like to actually fully understand the gravity of what Zereth Mortis was putting out there, you actually had to read additional stuff on it. It wasn't it wasn't well explained through the game at all. So it was like very tragic. That's if I have a single criticism of the whomever was involved in that, Denauser or Kirsty Golden or whatever, like, is that like they built a story that was too complicated for the actual game itself, and too much of it took place in novels, and I think that is like a disservice to players, in my opinion.
Like, whoa, that's wild. Let's go. And so Taryn Gregory and I, Taryn's our principal story developer, so we work together every day, and we talk a lot about like we want to involve all these epic characters, but like when they're in the scene, they eat all the oxygen, and they could just go off and solve for X. So it's this balance between including all these mega characters and then finding clever ways to get them out of the way, so that the player has maximum agency and the newer characters we're introducing have space to breathe and live.
It sounds like it is almost an advantage to come to something that had already been started. If you'd come to the end of Dragonflight and started from there, that's a little big. It's a bigger buy. It's like, well, wait a minute, where are we going now? We've been flying. Okay, what does that mean? What do we do? And instead, you were presented with some beginnings, and then you got to decide where those beginnings took you.
And vector it a little bit. The trick to after all these years, creative direction, which even today I don't know that I could do a thesis on. Right, creative direction is as unique as the person doing it and the chemistry of the team that you're working with. But kind of finding that balance again of having strong ideas and kind of saying like, I want to go this way, right? But the team had already been kind of constructing this thing, so it's a mix of maximizing kind of the things that they are most passionate about, the ideas that they're kind of dug in on, and finding a way to bend everything towards a singular purpose, but boosting their sense of ownership.
So when you got up on stage at BlizzCon, it was pretty magical for players. I can say that for myself, and a lot of people that I know, and a lot of fans of the game saw this as a return to something. And I think we're coming off an excellent expansion in Dragonflight. But you got up and did something that surprised everybody, which was, we're not doing the normal, here comes the next expansion, here are the features, here's the storyline in its basic way. We are going to do a trilogy of essentially games.
Which is interesting, because I took, that was less than a year ago. And when I saw this, I didn't expect an expansion to be out so soon. Like, I expected, so like if you turn back time a bit to like 2019, 2018, you're there and it's like Legion, or it's and they're about to announce BFA. They had this announcement for BFA, and it was about the same kind of time. It was like November, and then there was an expansion released later than now with BFA, right? So they announced it, and then by I want to say October or September of the following year they had it released. But at BlizzCon, you could play it. There was tons and tons of information about it. It wasn't like it didn't. In this case, he came in and just told a story, right? He didn't actually have the expansion made at all. And I took that to believe they were really behind, but I guess they'd done a lot.
You spoke a lot about bringing, tying up some loose ends, but also creating a saga that is 3 parts at least, and setting up really the next 20 years of the game, perhaps. That's very different than what any of you have done up to this point. Did that present unique challenges to the way you wanted to create story, the way you wanted your characters to progress, these sorts of things?
Yeah, it created all sorts of complexities. Under the hood a little bit, it's interesting in how when I came back on the team, the development process and even the conceptualizing process, like where does the expansion take place? What are the main themes? What's the focus? Really had become much more democratized, right? And people were, had kind of found their voice in the balance of all the special teams that comprise the World of Warcraft team. They'd really built the vision of Dragonflight together. So as I came back in, woohoo, and there were folks going like, oh wow, how is this going to change our dynamic? In terms of being a creative director, like will we still have a voice? Will we still have stakes in how this all shapes out? So, like I was saying earlier, kind of learning that again and learning that balance again, and coming in as creative director and be like, no, I'm not here to be hyper prescriptive with everything as I might have been as a younger dude, but like really listening for the team's instincts. Like what are they responding to? What do they want to build? What do the artists want to make? What are they imagining in terms of that pure vision? So on top of that, the complexity of, I don't think this gives up the ghost on anything. Like we're building 3 of these at a time. This is, I'll say it. It's insane. It's insane, right? On top of the team, over a year ago, having committed to like an 8-week cadence.
The big risk in that is going to be if people don't respond to one story arc. They have their like little mini BFA thing where they have something happen. Everyone's like, no. It's going to be harder for them to pivot when they're making 3 of them, right? It's hard to be responsive, and like if they start on a path that we don't like, you're going to be stuck with it for a while.
We are moving so fast.
Hopefully I just do a good job though.
So the difference here is, guys like Taryn and I have to map out where we're going like way ahead of the caravan, which is its own really interesting kind of work, right? Checking in with everybody. Does this feel cool? Everybody hip? I want to make sure that we're building things that, not only, again, my instinct feels are cool and fun, but that the team is proud to build and that they feel they have a voice in and, can express themselves through where the story's going, what the ideas are. We're already mapping out, whatever, 13.1 and 13.2 and how they actually play out and connect, and it's wild. But in a way, you get to step back and see a far more cohesive vision and a far more refined idea over time. So, and without spilling any beans, it's like, we're already talking about, the next few, post, upwards of like 17. And it's just keeping the conveyor belt going. It's like we're loud and clear, the fans want more content, more regularly. So, in a way, just staying ahead of that curve and making sure that everything, again, is of purpose and telling this much longer story. It's been a blast. The pure creative on Warcraft, for the past year and a half has been, how would I put it, over such a long span of time. I want to say it's one of the most nuclear creative phases I've seen for Warcraft. But the pace is wild. Right? Like the pace is wild, and it's like I ain't 30 anymore, so we joke around all the time, like, we need to start instituting, company naps in the middle of the afternoon for the old folks. But it has been pretty amazing.
That's a great way of thinking about it. Speaking of personal connections to characters and story, somebody close to you, who I think is a very wise human, once said, online somewhere, that Chris is Anduin in some ways, kind of worn out, beaten up by a straight period of like nonstop work, right? but also on the other end of it, he's a little bit back to being Thrall again. And those two characters represent these two parts of who this person is. How much of these characters moving forward or even in the past have represented you where you were in your life? Like some people say, well, the early versions of these characters are they were so metal. Like even Tauren chieftains, they look like, you know, these metal dudes and everything. And now they're aging, right? They're maturing. They're moving on in the world. Like you are, like everyone who's worked on this does. Like, that's time. Do you think that's a fair thing to say, that we'll see these characters change and evolve in the same way that maybe you have, and that they're kind of your avatars?
Yeah, no, I know where you're going. So there's kind of an A and a B there. Like the B, which is easier, is certainly we want to push these characters forward. We want to show some aging. We are currently doing that. But yeah, we talk about that a lot. There are many new characters over the arc of the saga that we don't want to be just one-off. We want them to be, you know, pals and, you know, working together to, you know, solve these big problems. But certainly the characters that have been around a while, we're trying to kind of find a way to like capture that age up, not necessarily age out, but like, okay, so in that cinematic at BlizzCon, you know, they went in and put like gray streaks in Thrall's hair. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
Darkine's sick.
great.
Kobe, I'd recommend
got
it.
me. It's like, whoa.
I think it's a very good
And
idea.
just Anduin, you know, staring you down. It's like our little boys.
I mean,
all
I
knows that,
personally,
you know,
I personally think Darkine is the most overtuned racial. Like even if you didn't weren't against like ferals. To be fair though, I will say this. Specifically with feral. So against Asa, yes, you can get rid of Deathmark, but feral doesn't actually work that way anymore. Their bleeds aren't really damage like they were. They don't rot. They just like feral just bites. Like all their other damage is pad. Their other damage is modifiers. It feeds them procs and other things to make their bites bigger. So like feral doesn't work the way it used to. In the past, feral was all about like they put frenzy up and you're like, oh, the dots were killing you, the bites weren't killing you. But now it's just all the bite. As for Asa, I think probably pretty powerful against Deathmark. But Asa's real power comes from it's just AoE bleeding, which you can't really do a whole bunch about. But yeah, the main thing with Darkine, the reason why it's nice, first of all, physical reduction is good. DKs are actually weak against physicals. It's got 1% physical as a passive. And then it's also 12,000 strength if you get it at the right time, right? It's literally the biggest. I mean, it's a really, really impactful ratio. They've buffed it a ton. They may even nerf it. I couldn't say they wouldn't nerf it, considering. I'm very much between one of the primary stat races myself right now. Like Darkine is the most extreme version of it because it is the most damage. It's a 10 sec. It's only got very small uptime. 10 seconds every 2 minutes, but it is by far the burstiest you can be. So like if you happen to have a whole bunch of debuffs on you, you could probably make a weak aura for it to count the number of unique debuffs. You can actually get rid of it, and then use it right when it would get rid of and give you the most possible attack power. But yeah, for me, it's between that Draenei. I don't know if there's I guess Orc's not terrible. It's between that Draenei and Orc, I suppose. The Orc passive's 5,000 strength or 5,000 attack power, but no scaling. Draenei's got 960 strength. Just all the time. Which, to give you an idea, if the racial gives you like about 9,000 strength, but it's got an uptime of 120 over 10, then it's worth about 750. So if Darkine's 9,000 attack power for 10 seconds every 2 minutes, it's worth 750 total strength. That's just how the math works out, right? So Draenei is 960 all the time, so it's obviously more impactful. Yeah. Mechanom's interesting too, but I think Mechanom, the games aren't long enough. If hypothetically the game length's got to 3-4 minutes, Mechanom ends up being 50% better than that again, because it's like 1500 strength after 50 seconds. It just takes time. So Mechanom is similar in that sense. They're just more powerful. So to give you an idea, like to give you a comparison between that and like a secondary stat race like Gnome, 1% haste, or there's 1% crit ratios or whatever, or 1% versa. They're all like about 600 secondary stats. So the primary stat ratios, in addition to actually just being better 1-for-1, like the stat weighting on strength to haste is usually more than 1 point. It's more than usually it's closer to 2-to-1 in terms of value. It's closer now. I'm not sure what it is in total, but it's still more valuable is my point. And they're 600. So the strength ratio, like Draenei is 50% better than say Gnome in terms of its raw stats. And then Dark Iron is like an extreme version of that. It's worth less, but it's more bursty. And there's defensive benefit to it as well because it removes all your debuffs. So Dark Iron's an awesome choice in that sense. Mechanom's the most extreme like version of your like just sustain. Is Mechanom just the PvE race for rating? Probably not. So in PvE it's different. PvE would probably value something like Dark Iron Dwarf more. And the reason for that is that in PvE you get Bloodlust and all you can dump a lot of your damage in a small window in PvE. You have potions, like you have potions, Bloodlust, Power Infusion, all these like short-term buffs that you can then throw an extra cooldown on and it'll actually amplify it even more, right? Because like it's 6,000 strength, but when you've got all these other modifiers rolling at the same time is so powerful compared to, so they actually in PvE, they want to line everything up into a small window. In PvP, it's a little bit harder to work that way. Yeah, that's the risk of Dark Iron, yeah, is that you do have the 30-second cooldown on Trinket. The game is slower though. You could definitely find windows you could use it, I'm sure. Dwarf and Torrent crit. 2% crit damage as a modifier is decent in PvE, yeah. I've heard, so PvE, like traditionally, if your class can play Troll, you would play Troll. I haven't seen the sims and how they're working out right now because I'm not sure if they actually do sim that way. Because I don't think they've actually thought about Dark Iron as, for example, a good choice in a while. But so Troll is 10% haste. 10% haste, from what I can see, is about 6,000 haste, and it's one that people go crazy over, like as being the best, like one of the best, if not the best, ratios. I suppose it's a possibility that 10% haste is just more valuable, but yeah. Anyway, 6,000, like Dark Iron is the exact. It's a shorter cooldown, and it's just 6,000 main stat. So it's possible that it's not worth as much because secondary stats scale better with all your cooldowns. Like when you have a billion effects up, you know, the percentage increase on your total, like when you have a lot of modifiers, getting 6,000 strength isn't as valuable. In PvP, those modifiers aren't practical. Yeah, primary stat generally is, but it's different because, you know, it's all relative. Like you think of it in terms of like, let's say I have, you know, 50 baseline strength is like 50 to 60,000, right? Let's say, but let's say with a whole bunch of temporary effects, like a trinket proc and an on-use effect and a potion, and that puts me at, let's say, 75,000. Let's say, then obviously 6,000 into a pool of 75,000 is less than 6,000 in terms of percentage increase, than 6,000 into a pool of 50 or 60,000, right? So the lower your base is, the bigger an impact it is. Like when you're going into the first week of Arena and everyone is in really low gear, Dark Iron is going to feel disgusting, right? Because you're going to have on beta we have 60,000, but in that first week you're going to be missing 15 eye levels in every slot or more. So suddenly the value of Dark Iron gets even higher because now Dark Iron, the percentage increase of Dark Iron is highest, right? It's going to be the absolute peak strength of Dark Iron will be that first week of Arena. But yeah, we'll see. I think Dark Iron's a good choice. I'm between Dark Iron and Draenei personally right now. Draenei is nice because it's got value in it's every situation. You know, it's just like it's like permanently similar value, and there's no like it stacks with like, you know, I can still trinket as Draenei, but I can also heal with a 3-minute CD as well, which is kind of nice for teammates.
It's
Feel for him. You're supposed to feel for him, right?
which was the point, but just the idea that these characters are moving through their own.
Sorry, where's Human Fall compared to Dark Iron and Draenei? This is the weakest. So like, you know how I said it was the strongest patch for example Dark Iron? It's the weakest patch in the entire expansion for Human. Human is a scaling, like the value of human, it's just 2% secondary stats. And obviously at the start of the expansion, you have the least actual secondary stats. So Dark Iron, the math I've done on human, when I did it on beta, I like added all my stats together and I calculated what 2% was. It's worth a teeny bit more than Gnome, but you don't have the benefit of, you don't have the other benefits of Gnome, right? Like, so like Gnome gives you like an escape artist effect. Humans like 670-ish, I think it was, secondary stats compared to like say 600 of Gnome. But obviously like you have a harder to work with effect in the trinket. Like it's hard to get value from it unless you're using double DPS trinkets. Stop saying it's the best. I'm not saying it's necessarily the best. I think it's safest to go Dark Iron.
Continuum and progressing and moving through stuff. Like, what a trip! Looking back from where we started, to the point where these are fairly fully realized characters within this setting, and it's just incredibly satisfying that way to see that progression. And certainly us as storytellers, as people, as we, it's not necessarily, it is certainly getting older, but it's also just experience over time. Big life moments, becoming parents, finding love.
Human gives more later on, yeah, 100%.
Hurdles. It's like, I tell folks all the time, like, don't be afraid to pour yourself into this stuff. Even when you're like, oh God, will the people down the hall dig it? Will I be judged? Like, yes, probably. But the answer is you're an artist. Go get it, right? Find your truth. Because often when we're pulling from a place of like deeply personal experience, someone's going to feel that on the other end of the line. As you're playing the game, it's like some of those themes that really matter. Whether you're a writer, quest designer, narrative folks, cinematics, like the game design, like everyone kind of pours themselves into their craft, and the more genuine that is, and I think sometimes the more risk you take, I think you get more genuinely affecting content. I think people feel that, they feel you in it one way or another. There are many themes embedded in the World Soul Saga, evidenced by different characters, that are very pointedly things that I think today, or I'm struggling with today, for sure. But again, I think about it in terms of like, as the team's creative leader, that's not the job as much. I think the job is like trying to learn to call them out, and challenge them to kind of breathe their own experience into it, as opposed to pouring my own in. So it's a balance.
I assume that's what, over time, you have a character. We'll stick with Thrall for a minute. He's, probably the most well-known of the Chris Metzen, and certainly voice him. So
Until they find somebody better.
Until they find somebody better. Maybe you'll age out of it. I don't know. We're getting there. But no, that you've breathed enough life into that character and given them enough direction over so much time that I have to think, in a lot of cases, they start to run on their own gas. And while I'm not asking you to tell me if there's any tragedy coming at all, we're not even suggesting it here.
I have a kill list.
Do you?
I've got like my top 12 characters. Like they're all going.
Why is Khadgar at the top of the list? I kid. I love Khadgar.
There's no kill list.
All right, good. But you know what I mean. You might find yourself going, well, it might be time for character X to take a character dive.
So there's no, I'm kidding, there's no kill list necessarily. But we do talk about this stuff all the time. And the only, when you start talking about knocking off main characters, it's not a small thing. And usually that is in service to, in the general story you're developing, if you really need to punctuate, dramatic stakes, the easiest thing to do is ask Lucas, blow up a planet, or, knock off a main character.
Tyrion Fordling, for example.
Tyrion.
Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
I remember
do.
that.
I'm still gripping on that one.
Yeah.
Bro, he wasn't, I don't know if he realizes that I think that's what, I actually think that all the character deaths in Legion were literally him, like they weren't him, I don't think. I think that's when he was pushed aside and they're like, we need to do something here. I don't think, because they died for nothing basically. They killed off a bunch of characters that had huge impact on the overall story for nothing. They just didn't even show up again. So when he's saying this, I think he's like, wow, that was really fucking dumb.
Yeah, that was rough. No pressure though. I'm just saying it was a rough moment.
No pressure. You know, so we do talk about it from time to time, but we try and frame it with, you know, the great.
A lot of that stuff, the start of the expansion, but that's people were saying at that point, we didn't know as players, but like at that point, that was when he'd made his escape a little bit. And I'm wondering if a lot of the stuff that happened at the start of Legion was just like, I liked Legion's story overall, but they made this, like they definitely did a whole bunch of stuff that was just like, didn't make sense. Like for one, most players didn't even see Tyrion die, right? Doesn't Tyrion's death happen only in the Paladin quest? Oh no, do you see it on the, maybe you see it in the intro quest. It's super weird. No, he doesn't die to an elite. He dies to a boss. It sets up a boss fight. He dies to it's like the third or fourth boss, and it's the bigger, yeah. He dies to a raid boss, but like super irrelevant ultimately.
Greatest gravity possible, and trying to be clear that, you know, this franchise has another 20 years in it. You know, it's this big ongoing idea, and losing critical characters is costly. So it's, you know, we talk about it from time to time. I won't tell you we won't lose anybody over the arc of the saga. Those types of moments are all about establishing stakes and that emotional, you know, engagement from the player ultimately. So, you know,
Does it help populate the World Soul Saga as a creative place to know that over the last few years, while you were gone for much of it, the team has made a real effort or a priority out of having allied races discovered in the world that players can not only unlock but then be and might prefer over the originals or whatever. Like this additional diversity for choice seems like a really potent way to fill your world with more interesting characterization rather than just, well, it's orcs and humans and a few others.
yeah, I love it. You know, just old
He
school
wasn't
D&D,
involved in that.
all these options on, you
I
know,
don't
player
think
expression.
that's,
what kind of,
he wasn't part of the game in
what
BFA.
culture you want to be from. I love that kind of stuff. So opening that up, especially like, you know, Battle for Azeroth, and, you know, the inclusion of all these new silhouettes and flavors or whatever, I thought was awesome, actually. And even the ones I didn't think I would play, I wound up, you know, I rolled a Volpera
Yeah.
hunter, and then I consistently dress him like Robin Hood from the old Disney movie. So it's like I actually really dig a lot of the flavors that have been added over time. Like it's in my opinion, the water's warm. Everybody in the pool, you know, I think WoW can stretch and
Oh, that's the thing.
grow to,
Yeah.
you know, encapsulate all of these flavors. I think giving, you know, players more options, more visual options is awesome. At the end of the day, I think, you know, erring on the side of, you know, player choice, player agency is the right move. Like why you're playing this game in the first place, right? When you imprint, especially when it's your character, when you imprint on a look or a vibe or, you know, like a vision that you connect with, it's like, go get it.
So let's bring it full circle to what is imminent, which is the war within. Players have a lot of expectations. Some of it is based on just excitement because there is a 3-part saga coming.
I don't think he actually has much pressure at all, if I'm being real. I think he's coming off of 3 expansions that... Actually, no, I think BFA's was actually pretty well done. Now that it's had time, I think BFA's was good. But he's coming off of Shadowlands and he's coming off of Dragonflight, both of which, you know, Dragonflight was a great expansion, but like story-wise, it did nothing impressive. Neither one did.
They're not used to that. There's a whole new structure to this. So what would you say to players who are pins and needles about this next expansion, the start of the big grand story?
As we were talking about earlier, we've never been in a situation where we've shaped the whole Giddy Up, you know, all at once. So there's the adventure component of the War Within, and then there's the max level campaign, and there's the, you know, the subsequent patches, and it's all been designed to kind of play out over time. You have narrative threads and sinews, kind of, you know, linking everything together. I personally, a little biased, but I think it's off the hook, right? At the end of the day, I would want people to remember it is still only, however, part 1 of a much, you know, a much larger narrative. And I would want people to look at it that way. You know, it's meant to rise and, you know, crescendo with its own max level campaign.
Will I be expected to walk in Quest 1 and yank the sword from the planet?
Oh, that's an interesting one. I would say to that, I'm glad you brought that up. Actually, the sword, the resolution of the sword that we started with at BlizzCon, actually, that's a 13 thing. We're gonna build to that, and it's a It's a doozy.
One
I
does
wa-
not simply yank a sword from Azeroth.
I would even say you are not prepared for that moment, and leave it at that. But it is a 13 issue. Ultimately, you know, things like Xal'atath.
Oh,
we've
it's
been
the
doing a lot
third
of work
expansion?
to kind of build her up.
We're in 11, right?
As a very different kind of villain.
He's saying Illidan
She
does
is
it.
Not like a Deathwing.
Or is,
type,
like, involved in it.
villain where just he's flying and burning everything and like, oh crap, we're gonna like clearly he's where the storyline ends. She's built in such a way that like we're gonna be confronted by her and face her multiple times over the arc of the saga. So it's not going to be this one and done type like she's the raid boss.
Yeah.
She's meant to kind of weave in and out of events over time. So that's something I would say. But definitely the sword thing sticks in my head. Like certain of these themes are built to play out. over
Honestly, though,
time.
when you think about it, like it makes sense. At the Last Titan, it's Sargeras, and then Sargeras, like what we have to do is basically find like a way to pay him off in a way that he can just go across and pull it out, right? Simplest way to do that is to get the guy that's big enough to put it in there in the first place to do that work for us. So it's going to be a matter of convincing him or paying him off enough to go and remove his giant ass fucking sword from our planet.
So I hope people are into that. I hope they're into a longer form engagement. Because in a way, so many of our expectations kind of crystallize around like, well, wait a minute, I didn't get the full meal I was expecting.
Oh, 100%
It's
Sargeras.
not built to be that.
It's going to be part
It's
of.
built to be part one. So buckle
I
up.
think the Sargeras
Yeah,
story
the
is just a
ride
bit
will
too
be, I hope,
like it's too much.
insane and
It's too.
insanely fulfilling.
Sargeras is all they have, by the way, as bargaining. They always can do that expansion, right? They can always do a pretty insane expansion with the Sargeras stuff. The problem is that when they do that, they have nothing. Like that's the only thing they've got in the bank in terms of like unused but very obvious story. They're trying to create some other intrigue and not have to use all that, because as you said earlier on, right? It's expensive to dispose of characters.
Going back to that promise of the 20th anniversary of World of Warcraft, like I want this saga to feel like it is just the perfect crescendo of 20 years of storytelling, as we said at BlizzCon.
Yeah, there is a sense that we are fulfilling something. The 20 years came and will end this November. I guess November's launch, right? Yeah, 20-year anniversary will be this November.
Yeah.
And there is a feeling, I can tell you from the player side, of really coming to something special. And I know that puts pressure on the team when players collectively have an idea that they think should happen, and then the team's like, well,
Isn't
we're going
Aman'Thul like a
different way.
lesser
But
Titan?
I don't know that I've felt this.
Aman'Thul's, isn't he just one of the Titans that's dead? They're all part of the same part, aren't they? Or is he the other guy that was? Yeah, no, they were just the dead Titans. They're dead, kinda. I think. Like they're regenerating, but they're all there. I don't think. I mean that's all part of things. I think we're gonna find that they're just not there though. Like it's gonna be just Sargeras pretty much. The rest of them are all ghosts, kinda, right?
This much positive feedback in a long time about just where things are headed, and nobody says that about a 20-year-old property usually. Usually we're like,
There's not a
we're
lot of
kinda
precedent we have, right? Like that's the same contiguous project. There's plenty of game series run for 20 years, no question. But like, it is honestly a blessing.
Yeah, aren't they all dead Titans at that point? I think he's already killed them all. I thought Sargeras killed them all, and that like you're like he's trying to go after their like essence, but I thought they're all dead effectively. They're not physical. They're like I guess the theory is they're regenerating type thing, but the reality is that it's just their little essences. Like you, for example, you do the ENR fight, right? And it's just a cloud in the corner is her. She isn't like, she might show as that, but she's not there. Like she's not a physical thing. I think all of the Titans and at the end when you're killing the end boss of Legion, I'm pretty sure they're surrounded by dead Titans. I think the only actual physical living Titan is Sargeras. And Isn't that how it works?
In a, you know, off
Similar to like, you know, I mean, it doesn't mean that they're like gone, like they're not there type thing. They're like just not alive either. Kind of like when you go to like places in Azeroth and there's like spirits around. I think they're just Titan spirits, kind of.
often sometimes a hindrance, just trying to, you know, sift through this sheer volume of all of these details. Poor Sean Copeland, right? You know, just trying to keep it all, you know, make it all make sense. But it is also its principal strength, you know, particularly because it's an MMO and a video game, because you've lived these moments. You didn't just passively watch. You didn't just, you know, read a book or watch a movie. You've lived these moments and they matter, and there are stakes, you know. So as complex as it is to try and push the world forward without breaking everything that came before, which is its own kind of challenge, it's a very noble challenge, right? It's a privilege to tread water in this complexity of this setting. After all of these years, it's amazing that it's still the same stakes. It's still the same world that you've always
Well,
known.
there's a future I see where you're, you know, reclining in some sort of chair,
With the blanket over my
blanket
knees,
over your
sitting by a
knees,
fire,
keeping you warm, and you're looking back and you're thinking,
telling kids to stay off my
wow.
lawn. I know,
Yeah,
I know.
exactly. And they're all in their haptic suits playing whatever version of WoW they have, and looking back at Grandpa's accomplishments, and I think it looks like something to be pretty proud of already. Well, I, for one, could not be more excited about this next expansion and the entirety of the World Soul Saga, and I think you and your team should be proud, and I wish you guys nothing but luck in the next few weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much, Scott. It was good fun. That was hard. We're never gonna get that.
It's cool. But yeah, I think they're setting up to have just the last remaining Obi Sagears, I think. Hey Nick. I think I want to turn this down so I can turn this up. Tell me that's July for you guys. That's not July, right? Yeah, start 2 hours. Lose some shuffles. I don't know what we're gonna do. Exactly. That stuff's like super relevant though, because ultimately in the next couple days that is going to be most of what you confront is that story, I think. I guess we'll play Shaman, maybe. The only concerning part is that Q didn't even pop in 30 minutes. So Qs have been getting steadily worse the last couple days. So we're hoping they don't get any worse today, but I guess they've been getting worse. Not all. I mean, depends on your specific test set. Like Ellie shamans use theirs. Hunters use theirs. Death Knights don't use theirs unless you're playing Frost, in which case they do. Unholy doesn't. Just depends on what your specific one. I don't think Warriors use their 4 set, but they use their 2 set. That type of thing. I think Death Knights use. And this is kind of tragic, but I don't think Unholy DKs use any of their tier set. The things their tier set enhances just aren't useful in PvP. So I think Unholy DKs actually use complete, like, you know, in a perfect world. I mean, I'm sure I'll get it because I want to play Frost as well. But like in a perfect world, I don't think that your 2 set has any value. It only buffs your minions, so it has actually straight up 0 effect. It doesn't buff your horsemen, so it has absolutely no value for anything. That one's good. I think. Okay, multi-shot by 20 is not great. But that faucet's good. So the faucet, the way it works is when you have this talent right here, Eagle Talon's True Focus. When you have True Shot up and you press Arcane Shot, it actually casts both of them and gives you 2 stacks. So basically, whenever you press Arcane Shot with True Shot up, it gives you both stacks of precise shots. So you get 20% damage on your next aim shot. I don't think so, Dread. It's only tied to minions. Your pets are guardians. They're not. Those are not minions. Minions are like your other stuff. Like, so if you proc a Magus, there's a talent you can play to make it work. I'll double check it again just in case they've changed it. It wasn't originally that. 1% haste on a horseman proc would be decent though. Doesn't I get the trap right? The answer is no.
Okay, here's my theory. Whoever made that noise made it intentionally. So we would hear it and find him.
Oh, it's Sam. Yep. It's definitely Sam. I mean, Sandland can also proc a minion. So I guess it's not terrible. Sandland, yeah, they do proc Blood Beast. Blood Beast, I haven't checked, so they actually might do it. When I was testing it, they couldn't even proc Blood Beasts, to be honest. I mean, I'm probably gonna force it anyway. No. Oh shit. No idea. Because I actually had a way to deal with that too. He's dead. That was a weird one because no one actually CC'd the really. It's just a kind of a game that timed out the damage.
So we would hear it and find him.
I mean, in PvE, you like minions. The minions are nerfed by 50% in PvP. This is an important game here. Kinda. Not on the opener, man. That was kind of an insane thing. There's no dot damage, so he's got time to heal me. Thing. See ratings. What Paladin looking like? This is with a. I think so. She's a good number of shuffle rounds. Paladin throughput feels low though, for sure. Oh, he's DI'd from trap, I think. Oh, it sucks. Crazy how we get rotted. Kind of. I guess Pillow. No, I think that's the best for us. Let's take a game with no one CCing. People just trying to live. Seems like this happens a lot on beta. This queue isn't that long though, so it's okay. Hunter or Rit first? Neither. Hunter's like for me, very much an alt. It's not like a character I'm like prioritizing at all. I'm playing it a lot on beta because I think it's useful to learn a class that I have no idea about, really. I haven't played Hunter. I played Hunter I enjoyed it on Classic, but it's not the same thing at all. But I think it's if the meta is not very melee friendly, I think Hunter's a pretty fun class for a unfriendly meta, I guess.
You've got secrets in your eyes. Just meet me one more time. I'm feeling things I've never felt before. Presence that's so bright outshines the city lights. You know it takes me to another world. Takes me to holding on together as we lift it to the skies. The heavens open wide 'cause it's you. Holding on together. Takes me to another world.
That's a hard drive to land. I landed it. It's gonna break to AoE probably. Hey, trinket actually. Oh, it's time, man. There wasn't much, they sounded fuckloads of damage, but there wasn't much gameplay there, unfortunately, against the Paladin to be had. The Paladin didn't have the throughput, whether, you know, through his class or whatever. Yeah, for me, I'll probably level Death Knight first. I mean, I'll probably let people pick, honestly. I think it sounds fun, right? Just I'll do DK first, and then after that, I'll just let people decide. I'll do like a vote, probably. Just level. I mean, intention to level every character I have on live, pretty much, over the course of a couple weeks, maybe even add a few extras. In that sense, I do wish I did like some time running or whatever, just to have a few extras, but I might even have a boost on live somewhere. Hopefully I have enough characters on my main account. I guess I should double check. I might want to level something. Yeah, I know. I might have used that. I don't know what on though. Maybe I have a third Death Knight? You know what? I think I used it on DH. Think about tuning something? 100%. Is it coming before the expansion launches? Probably not. There's no, they're in no rush. Keep in mind, Blizzard's got what, 3 weeks before there's any arena. I'm sure they have a patch prepared, but there's just no reason to prioritize that over more pressing things for release, right? Like QA is going to be entirely focused on any potential bugs for leveling, any of the content coming in the next couple weeks. That's their priority right now. Their priority is not PvP tuning, in-game content. Like that is stuff they're doing under the hood, and that'll be stuff we see closer to Heroic Week and stuff. But I wouldn't expect to see any tuning until they want the game like that's a side thing now. Their priority is to get, like they'll focus on delves and the new features for that. I think you can do delves on some level on release. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. I did one delve on beta when I was leveling. One. I did, like, that's it. I've done virtually none. I thought about doing like some testing of that stuff, but I think it will make the launch experience more rich to experience it all, compared to like when you beta test, you're not going to be surprised by it. Like when PvP comes out, I'm not going to be surprised by how PvP turns out, because I've put in a lot of time on beta, right? So what I'm more excited about is how to gear, delves, Mythic Plus, all that, you know, and just seeing the story unfold, that kind of thing. So I think somewhat unintentionally, you know, intentionally not testing the leveling so I can experience it, and I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, the one I did was, I mean, it was alpha technically that I did it in, but it was fun. I mean, I think I can see the enjoyment in progressing up. I feel like I'm in the minority that actually really liked Torghast. Like I didn't like Torghast as a Soul Ash factory or whatever it was used for. I didn't like it in that sense. Like it felt very boring to run it like that, but it felt fun to like push yourself. That's my bad, Sonny. That is very much my bad. For S Arena, get S Arena updated by Samus. That's what you're looking for. It may not be an album for retail. It may only be released on beta, but yeah, grab this. S Arena updated to by Samus. It's on CurseForge. Does Arms feel awkward for you to play? It doesn't feel as good as Fury, but they both play Slayer. Don't play Colossus. Colossus is too gimmicky. If you play Slayer Arms, it feels like a shitty version of Fury, but that's still pretty good. Am I angry they're destroying Riot? Have they made more changes? I don't think Riot has much to be excited about, but also like, it's not very hard to fix, in my opinion. The hero powers don't feel very exciting in PvP, but they might change by buffing wings, for example. Has a new PC. is running perfect now. There's like one remaining thing that I'm not sure about. Like there's a flickering that happened before my old PC as well, every so often. But that's literally it. It's been perfect, very stable, like crazy high FPS. Again, nothing you guys will see probably. I guess I could in theory make it look nice if you guys, and it would still be nicer for me. But my FPS feels a lot better, a lot more stable, and a lot higher. Like the drops it's maintaining, like I kind of showing this kind of 300 FPS instead of in this area more like 180 or something, 200. I'll never buy any other, like for WoW at least. I'll never buy a piece. I'll never ever have anything other than X3D stuff. As long as like high cache is just too important for WoW. High cache is absurd in terms of what it does. I'm very happy I got the 7950 as well, because it's set up that I have basically all my OS stuff running on my other cores, and then WoW, and I think just WoW uses the 8 high cache ones. Yeah, I've never had, like, WoW. It doesn't feel smooth. It feels like it's unreal smooth. Best race for a paladin? Personally, Dark Iron. Yeah. I feel like any class that can any class that can be Dark Iron probably ought to be Dark Iron at this stage. I say at this stage because if they nerf Dark Iron, then obviously that would change. I'm trying to think of what else would be competitive for Paladin. Paladin's kind of forced to play a crit race, if not that one. So you're like looking at like Tauren, or I mean, Paladin races are typically not very good. So having Dark Iron as an option is pretty nice. Any other high yield things aside from gear? I don't think anything matters. I think, especially because I mean, are you doing? If you're doing early access, I feel like there's just no need to prepare anything for it. I think you just go in, and what's it matter if it takes a little longer? Right? You want to have, like, I feel like I want to have that extra content. I want to have things to do. I'm totally fine with that. I guess I should do Aaron said I have to do a sub goal if I want to do 24 hours on release. Hang on. Sunny looked us up to 27 hour. Like, we could do 27. I could make it 27. I could do 27. Kind of sad. Oh no, I don't even like this lobby at all, man. This looks very cursed. Oh, he whiffed. He completely whiffed, man. What is that crypt for a mill, man? Boop. Boop. Don't break it. We're friends. I should root him off that. It's very important to root. Rooting him destroys me, counters. Someone broke the root, man. God damn it. Sketch kind of sucks. I also don't like where I'm at. Wallace. No. Omnivo, please. Live. Wait, the weird part is it's like only one person doing anything here. Oh. Alright. This is a bit rough. I get stuck on my thing too. Can I get some of this damage off? I did. You're trying to knock him into it? It can happen. He shoots! Ah, he misses. Worth a try. Someone remind me I need to, you should get trapped, right? Yes, uses it. Oh, he lands it. He died a bit harder that way. I need to bind... I can make a macro for this, actually. Yeah, so I need to make... I have it already. Those are my bars, I guess? It's a questionable... Oh, he's dumping every CD. He used all his cooldowns in the starting area. Every single one of them. And then he ran in. It's kind of crazy, right? I wonder if we'll win. I feel like we could win. I want to trap so bad, man. That guy played that round with no cooldowns. He used literally his. I'm tracking all the CDs. This guy's sandbagging, man. I wondered about this with this guy. If he's done this before. He's playing every round with no CDs. But he's good. He's just using every single CD to start with and seeing if he can still win, I think. Makes sense, man. That's the kind of thing you want to do with beta, right? Oh my god, we actually gonna destroy that guy just then. Good wall. Oh, he's dead. And he had no CDs. It's kind of a sick sleep though. We slept into trap. He trinketed into a full binding shot right away. It doesn't silence now. Almost? It's fucked up, man. I didn't requeue, did I? I should requeue. No, he has a little. This one has trinket. It shows him having trinket. I don't know if it's correct. I mean, maybe it's not tracking it right. He's also like running into a wall though. I think it's actually kind of genius. So I've been wondering for a while if this guy's doing that. I kind of figured he was, but much more obvious when he's using most cooldowns in the starting area. He's basically just like keeping his MMR low so he can play more games, and also, yeah, he just gets to play, get more experience. The other nice thing is we're actually stress testing this in pretty like normal conditions for what we're gonna play next expansion. So I'm actually like, my PC's like kind of set up for multi-boxing right off the bat. I guess I can look for the promo I had before, but I don't think I'll see it again. My old one used to use like literally 130 gigs of random space. So it used it was using my page file. There was some sort of issue where it was just like overloading it. Did it the entire expansion, all of Dragonflight. I had some basically like, I only had a 1 terabyte solid state, which I have again to be fair, but it was just all getting dumped into page file. Hey Johnny. Mox is fun, yeah. Mox is one of those specs that I think people will really enjoy. Hey Dos. Again, of all the specs I've played, I've enjoyed every single one of them except for, and I would be happy to like play them the whole time, except for Ret. Ret. Neither spec of Ret felt fun to me. And I really haven't seen anyone enjoy it so far. I mean, it doesn't feel crazy good in terms of like the hair. Like, I don't know. It's a hero power talent. Sorry, a normal talent you got that gives you wings, and then your hero powers are all tied to it. That aspect doesn't feel very good. Is Ryan playing? Yeah, a lot.
When your eyes are open wide, staring at the outlines, searching all the corners of your mind, never on your own. Looking for
Hung with a 6 on hesitation. Everyone dreams, no one achieves. Let's face it, if we don't make the 24 hours. That's true. Well, if we we don't make the 24 hour sub goal, we probably still rock a solid 20. I agree. I don't think that I'm putting the goal up for Aaron. I don't think that's a goal that's very practical. But we'll still be here for a long time. That I don't know, to be honest. A little bit. I know a little bit about it, actually, but I'll leave it up to Ryan to figure out what he's doing with that. Ryan is very busy at the moment. Put into my, is this like how do they change this with the map, the mini map? I have like literally a single. Didn't my mini map used to be like hella cluttered? Like what happened here? I'll play some Frosty later on.
eyes have come alive, no longer on the outside, together at the forefront of your mind, never on your own. You found a hand to reach out, now you know you're not the only one. 'Cause we
Sunny with up to Richard Dream. Wait, hang on a second. Dream is? I think. I mean, I think there's a lot of thought that's gone into them, Doss. Whomever did them put a lot of thought into them, and I appreciate it. No, let's play Ellie.
Cause we all fall down sometimes. Cause we all fall down sometimes. Yeah, we all fall down sometimes.
Wait, this guy's not playing Resto? Or is it weird to say that I think that this guy is now Axton? Bro, I swear. Because Axton plays Resto. And now I'm thinking that it's Axton based on the fact that this guy's playing Resto. I need to know, man. Is this Axton? Yeah. There's no way he played. There's no way he had this name. Megaleo, thank you for the 3-year resub, man. Insane. Uh-oh. They're getting super rotted now. They're getting cooked. Ooh, there it goes. Shadow voltage 1.6 mil. Most important thing here is we get tanky if we can interrupt on CD. So that's all that matters. Need to kick something on Shadow in a sec. So I have a 20% wall perma now. I should play aggro with my wall as long as I can keep it going. Actually, I played that. I just ran it the entire time. Favorite class? I'm actually happy to say I kind of like all of them, like the ones that I've played except Ret. I think I like 7 or 8 of them kind of almost equally. At the moment, at least. Thing is, I really didn't multi-class that much in beta last time. It's like incredibly important that we get stacks from lock as fast as possible. We only care about kicking this lock. Lock does really fucked up dam, and we need to make him attack us with it. With our stacks, once we have them. A few more seconds. Now we're not. Now that we have stacks. Uh-oh. Don't love that. I'll lose my stacks here. We mostly just want to make ourselves a target though. Get that for a sec. Push it too.
It's more than emotion. I feel
Dampen that time. This one's a priest having trouble getting damage out on us too. Good though, because I feel it should be okay. What the fuck? He pumped for not even much. Huh. Stage cooldowns are one that I think weak cores are important for, I suppose. I probably just had to insta surge the insta wall the surge. For the is the preacher AFK? Just being AFK, I guess. I didn't see. Because he's AFK now. The previous round did he not heal? He didn't heal. Okay. Never mind. I love my FPS though so much, man. It's actually I did not expect it to be that big of an increase for a while. It's actually wild because again it's 2 years. It's like literally I could have had this like a year ago, but I guess I got it like a lot cheaper this way. Darkhand's insane, I think. Although Ellie's weird because I could actually see a world where normal dwarf is still kind of pretty insane for specifically Ellie. Like 2% crit damage on a classic guaranteed crits is pretty good. I think it's kind of best for those specs, especially when there's like no guaranteed crit.
I've been waiting for so long. Now those feelings are so gone. I don't care what else goes on. We will take you away in the night when you see me, and I'm feeling free. Leave me to play.
We bring the heat,
For warrior, oh sorry, not for warrior. Yeah, warrior you'd play gnome.
Let me show you how it's done.
So what you do is you / bugsack show, and it'll give you like an idea of which add-ons are giving problems for you.
Let me show you how it's done.
Which comps go well with Fury this coming season? This season, any caster should work well. So like Affliction Lock, etc. Some melees. I don't know if you'll see a whole bunch of TSG and stuff. But basically any caster, Mage, Ellie, Warlock, all seem insane. Hunter maybe. Hunter actually felt pretty good when I played it, to be honest. I don't think Ori is very good at the moment. I wouldn't recommend it. Enhance is weird. I assume it's not good. Apparently Soul's doing okay with it still. Like he's not doing horrible. It's a really rare spec, so like oftentimes people get confused on beta and they like assume that because something's not played at all that it has to be bad. And it isn't really how it works. There are several examples. Rogue's one of the main ones where like Rogues and Moonkins, for example, like tend to be like considered bags that they're kind of rare specs. But they can end up being some of the best specs, just no one plays them. We see this every season pretty much in ABC. Like sometimes like the specs that don't dominate ladder end up dominating tournaments and kind of beating everything. So it's just hard to say. This should go in. For Mythic Plus, they're in S tier. I saw a Mythic Plus tier list and they're actually S tier. So Enhance might be good, but I'm not sure. It depends on its like it may have a weird damage profile and stuff. Well, Sky Fury's raid wide. People have that anyway. What do you mean, like in PvP? For warrior and stuff? I don't think auto attack damage does anything. Wait, and oh, Sky Fury actually does sound insane for Frost DK. More auto attacks, it was more procs. Huh. Sky Fury is actually insane for Death Knight. I feel like DKs need auto attack more than Ev. I guess if I ever play, I need to remember that when I play, if I ever play any Death Knight comps at all with, even Unholy has some interesting auto attack stuff too. don't think it can work with pets now.
Can you kiss me in the dark? I'm wanting you. Always apart, I'm so emotional. Every time you back up and leave in your car. Why can't you stay here, soak up the charm? Take a breather, I'm all you needed. Give me your heart, I wanna make you sure I'm the reason to rest up here. If you don't linger enough, you'll be a stranger, baby. So come get to know me. Don't be a stranger now.
I think I can die through all this stuff. There's too much stuff to die through. No, we're so close to living, man, I swear. Hold on, mister. Oh, it's too much, man. We got to wall like right at the end. It's every corner I have. I've been sure to do damage yet. I'm literally just running around in circles, trying to live. I guess it's actually survivable. This is the one where we can win. Hey Midna, how you doing today? I'm rooted, man. This root's kind of devastating. I can't. They have a lot of health. Okay, it's not looking great. It's looking like an L in the opener. Not looking ideal. At least fun though. That was just a healer 6-0, unfortunately. Everybody think of the host, man. How'd you rate TSG? With a monk healer. I think you'd lose to most caster comps, sadly. TSG feels like you'd just basically replace that Fury Warrior with a rogue. It just sounds a million times better to me. You're much more lethal. And also, the most powerful aspect to playing Rogue DK compared to TSG is the Rogue can just fuck off and CC the healer while you attack. And it just feels like that sounds like it'd be a million times better. Like you actually have the ability to play away from each other and do well. The classic TSG strat is to split sometimes when in that situation, but it doesn't really work as well, I don't think, at the moment.
All the places you said we go. All this pain builds within. Footsteps fade, what could have been? Finally, I feel more free. The end of you and me. Let it go, let it be. My heart belongs to me. My heart belongs to me. that we go. All this pain builds within. Footsteps fade, where could I been? Finally I feel more free. The end of you and me. Let it go, let it be. My heart belongs to me. My heart belongs to me.
Think Shadow Play would be decent? Shadow Play. Damage wise, yes, it'll be like really uncontrolled and it'll be really difficult for it'll be really difficult for certain things to deal with, but I do think it has the ability to get cleaved. I bet Shadow Play does well into I don't know, it's hard to say it's actually the best version of anything. Like, so like for Affliction Lock, I feel like you'd rather play with Rogue. For not even just Rogue, like Rogue or Frostmage, but I guess you could potentially beat the Frostmage Affliction comp. New Guild War 2 expansion launched today. That's it's crazy. Like they actually link their releases, right? And they're like, I'm assuming WoW picked this time to take away, but it's like weird because like I don't feel like they need to do that necessarily. Like it's weird that WoW, because I've heard that WoW have always been that way. They've always been super predatory. That like they'll release their expansion at the exact same time every time. But it just seems weird that they're still doing that. Like the same week, the literal same week. It almost just seems like petty that that Blizzard would still do that to take away from them like that, you know? Does Ret does not feel good at the moment. I would not recommend. On Ret, I mean, only to say that I don't think it's in a crazy good spot at this stage. I don't know how it is in PvE. I've heard it's got good AoE, and I think if you play the Divine Storm build, it does do really good AoE. But aside from that, I haven't felt super impressed by it. It doesn't feel as fun either, which is fairly important. The Perma Wrath build? What do you mean by that? I don't think there's a build that lets you have permanent Avenging Wrath, if that's what you mean. The majority of builds trigger like a based around from what I can see, that yeah, I mean, I haven't seen that. Nothing really extends your Avenging Wrath. Maybe they changed that or something. You just get Wake of Ashes Wrath basically, and that's it. So you get Avenging Wrath for life, but it's like nerfed. So I don't know. They don't have, like I said, not a whole bunch to look forward to at this stage, sadly. Yeah, maybe it started out fun. That's the thing, though. They nerfed it and then it didn't come back to being good. But yeah, they've copped quite a few nerfs, and it wasn't really even like, the crazy thing with Red is like it was already a pretty bad spec in PvP, and they nerfed it. But it does, yeah, I don't know. Both versions
of their hair talents function around the same kind of thing. They both function off of either Avenging Wrath or Wake of Ashes, or both. And unfortunately, that would be really exciting, I think, if your Avenging Wrath wasn't so shit. But Avenging Wrath has been nerfed to, you know, it's dealing with the nerf from last expansion still. And their numbers really don't hit very hard either.
Been wearing life like it's a noose around my neck, hunting vultures as they fly. Every spring a flower blossoms in my head, and every winter time it dies. I've become the hunted. I've become the hunted. I've become the hunted. I've become the hunted, the hunted, the hunted.
I mean, I think Rets will be fine if they just make very small changes. I mean, I think for me, if I wanted Ret to feel fun, I'd want to put like 20% into Final Verdict, probably. If there's any modify nerfs, I just unnerf them. And then I unnerf Wings. So Wings goes from 10% to 20% again. And then I think that'd be fun. Then you'd be excited about your the new hair talents you've got. Excited to play him. I'm excited for the variety of it.
to be honest. I think the variety would be really fun. I don't think I have a specific class that I'm most excited about. I hope that Death Knight stays strong. I think DK currently is okay. But I think I have a, you know, I've got a decent grounding relative to last expansion and a bunch of different specs, which I think is exciting. Weirdly enough, like my distribution of like playtime on beta is like very spread out. Double pop. We'll go on Shaman again. I think that I can with both specs. So DK probably is safest, yeah. Sucks that like it took one QA and didn't give me that one back. The fuck? Okay, now double popped again. Sorry, I'm messing with some settings. A little bit. Teeny bit. Probably annoying for you guys. My screen's like turning on and off as I do it. Think. Yeah. Okay. I remember now. Sorry. We're messing with a couple things. I think it's now fixed. You guys didn't notice whatever I was doing just then, but I had like a flickering thing on the other window that I just remembered how I fixed, and then I fixed it. I think, at least. For some reason, if I use Chrome with acceleration, it does weird things to my other two monitors. And now that shouldn't happen, hopefully. Air talent for Frost. I mean, I hope it's Deathbringer. Here's the thing, right? Deathbringer is one of the squishiest specs total overall. But it's just offensively feels more fun. It feels like it solves the biggest problem that I personally have. Brad, what the fuck are you messaging me? It's weird. It doesn't even show up in game, but I see it on my phone for some reason. Yeah, so the thing is, if you play the most broken defensive talent in the entire game, I swear, literally in terms of against casts at least, is the Rider talent that makes you shell yourself. You would play Rider of the Apocalypse just to have auto shell. Whoops. That's not ideal. No stealth this round. No, I didn't do any rogue testing. There's no point. There's no need to. At the time where I played rogue a lot, Ryan wasn't actively playing rogue either, really much. But he does play a ton of rogue now. There's just no need. Mr. Warlock popped off. Mr. Otherlock did no casting whatsoever, and thing is, I don't know. How do I feel about that? I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like Mr. Prez played it very well.
To the end. It's you and me. I'll follow you to the end.
I don't know. He's a weird lobby so far. It's possible that I actually don't know. The game was over before second year. Mostly because you have to wait 30 seconds to actually start your first year, but it could have scattered Rogue at the start, but I'm playing on the deflection lock. Not really popped off. Looks like Mask is generating problems. Whoops. It's interesting we're doing the same thing as last time. That didn't work, but we're trying it with Priest instead. He exploded. What did he explode to? No, the aim shot hard. 900k hit. Is there an obvious person winning this, or is it just kind of a random lobby? It is. Specs 3 out of 4 at the moment. I got insta destroyed on my trinket. I'm surprised I can die that fast. To what did I actually die? Like what pressured me before that? Did I get 100 owed? No. 2.9 from, I don't actually know what it's from. Just corruption or just immolate? Immolate with Black and Soul. A single immolate. Did 2.9 mil. I use my, I don't know. If I had Healthstone bound, I live there. I should bind it probably. I actually 100% lived it with Healthstone. Do I not have one though? I don't think it's bound. Anyway, I'm pretty sure it's not bound. No, it's bound. I just didn't have one for that particular round. I guess, unless it went off. No, it didn't go off. So I definitely would have lived. It pressed it just in case, but because we had a mini wall up too. It's 2. I mean, today my stream started. I mean, I guess it's 1 now. Oh, it's still like over 24 hours. Still counts. I gave it to my hunter, man. No, it's fine. We ignore the hunter. So any hex on CD here, pretty much, and kick on CD. That I can't get. I feel like short hacks would have been sick here, actually. That's bad. Full hex. And a stun. Being very annoying on the utility so far. Uh-oh, there's no CS for this. I tried to purge kick and I didn't get it. Oh, he'd so dead if I get this off, but he's gonna live, I think. Maybe win. Oh, he died. Okay, we're fine. Oh, you will. It's fine. Not getting the re, I don't think. Rather get a full DRE, I'm pretty sure. That was a nice coil from him. This looks good for me so far. I hope you get still weird, yeah. I just got super fucking, I don't know if you guys saw what I did there. I didn't think it would do that much, but it was a root. I rooted the lock and then I threw and then rooted again. And the priest just didn't have it a spell, I guess. And it almost got the lock killed. I agree to fade. Caught him on his port. Damn, ground's OP. It's a lot of healing from ground. Probably should stand in this, huh? I miss my weaker as it tell me to stand in them. I mean, it's not. It's interesting, like noticing. Like you still notice it mostly. So it doesn't really matter that much, but. They are exceptionally behind. Kind of behind. If I get this hex, we win. Like, basically. How'd the ground not hit him? He didn't kill the ground, did he? Uh-oh. It's dead. Maybe. Probably. He actually fails my cast on that. That's the more important thing is to get the warrior now. We need to live. It's a full hex somewhere. Buys us a bit of time. Can't be saved, man. I don't know who the warrior wants to kill her. If I played... I definitely can get deleted by a warrior. I think there were definitely rounds with the warrior, but we won them anyway, I suppose. But look at... I don't know, 700k sustain. There's some pad, but that's a lot. It's a good fit for him. I dock in defensively and stuff. And cap would suck, but it's not happening right now. I'll have X off that. Bro, what is that shockwave range, man? I actually don't like being in this spot here. I think it's sketchy. Full hex. Another hex. Might be one too many, man. It was one too many. I don't know, Destro. I mean, obviously Destro is not crazy in terms of it's like one tiny Chaos Bolt buff away from being good, I think. Shadow. I think Shadow actually is like a lot better than people give it credit for, and I think it gets cleaved by warriors. Like there's certain comps that don't. I mean they have this really interesting talent that kind of changes things a bit. Basically, they siphon teammate health. So like every second they take 2% of a teammate's health. They just keep like they have like a second one going off. No, actually maybe it's like more like 1%, but they basically siphon teammate HP. They end up being, they feel durable. They're very close to being very, very durable. And they do a lot of damage still. But they can still be cleaved. I imagine if I was like trying to pick a complete counter into a priest, it'd be like warrior or something. But then maybe with mage you don't die. You have a frost mage in your team. I haven't played Enhancement Shaman. That's one of the specs that I don't think generally synergizes well with us. And I think Sam would generally be our enhance. So it just doesn't feel like it would be very useful. All right, give me 1 sec, guys. Thanks for watching. I'm around all night tonight.
Long day, but we won't back down. One thing playing on our minds. Long wait, but we won't give up now. You crave the love I gave, and we'll do it again. A cold night getting warmer now. The ground shakes as our love gets loud. We are the champions, the champions.
Sometimes we are spared what we don't deserve. Sometimes we are shown what we cannot have. But all this feeling we have, we wish away. Yeah, cherish it like a lifeblood. We break
All right, we're back. Got like a lunch, I guess. I think it's been like 4.5 hours. Probably makes sense. Both queues did not. Do I want to play Hunter? I think I should probably play more Hunter. I think Shaman's the most important character I have, weirdly enough. Even more so probably than Death Knight. Because I mean, there's a world where it's good, but it seems less likely. I guess the Hunter key didn't even pop. So it should pop pretty soon because it paused. Is it normal in pre-patch drop some FPS? I think there was a patch. I don't know if it's on pre-patch and on live or on beta and live. There was a memory leak for a long while. My FPS is insane now, but my PC's also got really, really insane. I definitely noticed a drop going, like for example, from old retail to Kata or to beta.
I can hardly believe it. Never thought we would start this rolling stone. Don't know where I'm going, but I know that I'm better off alone. Feel the weight and it's pulling me under. Started strong, but the distance grew on. I just wanna be me. I just wanna be free. No, I don't wanna fight, 'cause I know we'll be fine. Just to say our goodbye. I just wanna be me. I just wanna be me. Never thought we would face this. Looking back, how could we ever know? Don't know where we're going, but I know that we're better off alone. Feel the weight and it's pulling me under. Started strong, but the distance grew on. I just wanna be me. I just wanna be free.
We can do a Tales tonight, maybe. I think beta's pretty much over at this point. Is DK good? I think, yeah. I think Holy's good. I think it's very good, actually.
I just wanna be me. I just wanna be me. I just wanna be me. I just wanna be free. No, I don't wanna fight, 'cause I know we'll be my knees with the trigger in my hand. I wanna die, but it's never that easy. Chase the money and the fame, cause I thought I was dreaming. But the nightmare comes, and I fight and I scream. But I'm on my fucking own, ain't nobody to hear me. I've been dying in my dreams, yeah, I don't know what it means. I wanna lose it all, but I won't bleed anymore, anymore. And I've been crawling out the gutter since I was a kid. I feel the problems go away when I take a sip. I've been running from the demons, but they closing in. I'm gonna scream. Crawling out the gutter since I was a kid. I feel the problems go away when I take a sip. I've been running from the demons, but they closing in. I'm gonna scream.
I think Feral's pretty good, yeah. Healbounds seems important to shuffle. How would you fix it? I feel like all healers are okay in shuffle, but I mean, you're seeing something different on beta because you're seeing a very, very big difference. Like you're having low rated healers or worse classes matched against like insane healers on their class. But obviously, yeah, it's difficult though. They all heal in such different ways. I baited pretty high with that Q, didn't I? This guy's had a 30-minute one. And this guy didn't insta Q. And then I took it on this character instead. I guess it was a big mistake.
Is it the cold wind getting under my skin, leaving me decided when the six will night? Is it the high tide pushing back on my pride? Wish we read the sign right,
Yeah, beta shuffles have closed down or have quieted down quite a bit. The fact that even my hunter has long queues, like I understand like there are lots of Ellie's queuing and there are lots of Death Knights queuing, so those are normally long. But the fact that my shaman has long queues, a little concerning. Yeah, Pharaoh's one of the most broken classes right now on beta. Most likely enough, though, there's actually a very obvious bug with Pharaoh, though. I will say that. There's a very obvious bug. Extremely obvious. Their test that is not nerfed in PvP. So, you know, there's that. Like everyone else has got test it enough except them. I should try the other thing out after this. After one of my queues, I think my other account, my hunter account, I want to log on Death Knight for a bit and try the tear out again to double check. Because I feel like I will take Tear so I can play Frost. Maybe I need 3 Death Knights. Finally happened, man. Yeah, so I have different characters with different professions on here, and this one's used for all the professions related to leatherworking and jewel crafting. He bubbled that? So close, man. He might be kicked. He's not. He's definitely not kicked. Getting bubble at the start was pretty tragic for us. I'm gonna get trained a little bit here. It's actually a modified S Arena. So it's just S Arena, but It's a pretty soon. I'm very close to living that actually. I probably had to overuse at the start. Ah, that dwarf really sucks on my end. Feels like I really don't want to attack this guy, but I have no choice. We just lose. Is he 3-0? He died the first round, didn't he? You shuffling those CDs again? Check my nose, buddy. Decay thing with the 33-month resub as well. And he's dead. Uses cool in the starting room. Ground for him. X room. Well, Ground of the Hodge. Round. Dead. The dragon is playing every round without cooldowns again, is he? And just winning? He won that with... He literally popped every seed in the starting area. And then still won. Yeah, Halo's visually very noisy. I agree. He's doing it every round this game? He's still doing it? He's just, he's like sandbagging, I guess. But he's doing it to, I think he's doing it to see like limit test. I don't think he's angry about it. Like he's playing the rounds as normal and playing them very well. I don't think training the healer is like they want to use every city on healer here, but is that really the play? He's actually a good healer. It's just, I don't know if you don't learn anything by killing the guy with no cooldowns. If he actually has no cooldowns, that is. I mean, two of those wins were not real. They don't count for anything because they're just like cheese ones. So I actually should have gone, I think, 1 and 5 in that lobby. To be honest. I mean, maybe I would have done better, but that's why I didn't want to do that strategy. When the mage asked to do it, and I'm like, but do we actually learn anything on beta doing that? Like, let the guy... I think he's trying to see how strong he can be without any cooldowns. It's like a good way to limit test, I guess. And he uses cooldowns as they come up. What's LA weak against? What's LA weak against? It's pretty well. It's got a really good kit right now. I don't think it's weak against really anything. Nah, I mean, he's been doing that for a long time, honestly. I think so. He's someone. He's got a random name, right? He's someone that's very good. That I think is making the game harder for himself. I don't think it's like he's not trolling. He's not like he doesn't rage or anything like that. He literally just he'll go in and he will. Sometimes he'll just like, yeah, I don't know. But when he plays, he's really, really good. I think. I wouldn't be surprised if it's someone crazy. I don't know. Definitely not Chuck, because I played against that guy tonight while Chuck was... You know what's funny? This is something that I told Chuck yesterday. I swear to you that queues will get better now. There'll be more people queuing up. now because Chuck isn't queuing. I think one of the things that's interesting about beta is that people are forced to like play against really crazy people, right? They got to play against like they queue up a shuffle and they'll get Sea-Doo or Lonta like every other game. But I feel like when Chuck is gone, queues actually get faster because people want to fight Chuck, especially because Chuck's playing on lots of different characters and lots of different ratings. I feel like Lonta does play, like he plays a lot of his priest, I feel like at this point. Whereas Chuck will like mess around on like the really weak healers like Evoker and Holy Priest and all that kind of thing. No, I know Chuck plays Evoker and stuff too, but I mean, like, he also will play Holy Priest and Mistweaver and that kind of thing. Oh, I said, okay, I meant Mistweaver, not Evoker. Evoker's strong. Evoker's the strongest. I don't know. I meant Mistweaver. Praise Evoker is like the best, one of the best healers. I'm not sure if it'll actually play out with them being the best, but they're tuned with the biggest numbers, I think. Anyone know if we'll still have to do PvE in order to get the best gear for PvP and within? You can, okay, best gear. If we're on TR, we have access to every single piece of gear. So currently, I'll give you an idea. Currently, we use none. This is like in a best set, you use some crafted gear, and that's it. But there's a difference, right? We don't actually have access to all the raid gear. We only have access to raid trinkets on here. But when we get access to the actual mythic raid gear from the raid, we probably use some of that. I think there's a good chance you see us using some. I think the best gear will involve gear from probably all three versions of the game. I imagine there's probably at least one Mythic Plus piece you want at max ILO. Maybe not. It's 639. I think you only have, if it's only 639, then you only have access, like basically like gear from like Mythtrack. Wait a second. Oh my god. Wait. All Mythic raid gear upgrades to 639? Or just the stuff from the last boss? Maybe none of it. I don't know whether if none of the curious 632 plus 2 jumps, is it 636? Is it 2 eye levels per? That Prezovok has done that like every shuffle pretty much. He's not what he just pops every city at the start of the game. Every time. And I think I think he's just like testing after that. I don't think he's like angry or throwing into that, but which boss? Boss 2 to 4. Oh wow. What's a cloak? Yeah, so to answer your question, you're going to need to do a bit of everything to get the best possible gear in the end. Honestly, that seems really insane, that neck. That seems ridiculous for 3s. If it's a free budgeted item, like Haste Mastery are good stats. The fuck? Anyway, yeah, you'll have to do, I mean, if you wanted the best gear, you'd need to do like a bit of everything, but just like last expansion, very few people will, and it doesn't matter. It's a small min-max thing. Crafting will be worth it, yeah. You'll be crafting on cooldown. Crafting lets you pick stats. If you look at all your gear, there are certain pieces that don't line up with what you're trying to stack. Like, so for example, I'm a hunter and I'm trying to stack mastery. Crafting allows me to get gear that has mastery on it instead of haste or crit, which are options from PvP. Yeah, no, there's tons of stuff like that. Testing what, your patience? I mean, they're beta shuffles. I don't know. People do whatever. The rating doesn't really matter in here, right? We're all just trying to learn and see things. He's probably trying to see his class without cooldowns to understand. He's played a lot of games, that guy. Well, so it's called like, so it's limit testing, right? One of the so when you shove a cooldown, I mean, again, this I doubt he's doing this. I'm not sure what his reasoning is. He might just be fucking around and just seeing, you know, just because to see how well he can do. But limit testing me, like, if you don't learn anything by pressing a CD at a time, you don't know if you needed to use it at that time, right? Because you'll never know because you've already pressed the button to survive it. So limit testing means you basically like just see at the point which you fail by using nothing, and then you kind of learn when you need to use things. Yeah, Pharaoh's still not changed. It looks like Pharaoh doesn't have from like looking at the class, like logging on it and looking at the spell IDs and stuff. So the spell the spell ID for your 4-piece isn't nerfed in PvP. There's no modifier on it. So they get 15% more damage per finisher, stacking up to 3 times, and there's no nerf on it at all. I don't know how that happens. I'm not sure how they forgot that, but the actual thing has no modifier in PvP nerf. So for some reason they're running around with unnerfed Tesset, and their unnerfed Tesset happens to be the burstiest ability in the game. I mean, I'm only saying it for that guy because that guy actually plays well, just doesn't have any cooldowns to press. Like, he's actually doing a good job outside of that, but obviously he's like puts himself in a pretty impossible spot with no CDs. But I've seen that guy in beta for weeks. I played with and against him like 20 or 30 times, probably. All right, we are. Or he's running directly into it. I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. What he's giggity odd. I mean, I have an insane proc here. If I can use it. So I can't use it. It does seem to me this game is still going. That is the most ridiculous game, man. We couldn't finish forever. I guess Rogue was kind of a waste of time. The Rogue just got to his immunities again. I thought Rogue would be way more vulnerable. I didn't like my deterrence. I played really carefully afterwards. I thought that would be enough that we'd overwhelm them. You should silence that. You lost Petty, man. Excited? Yeah. Very excited for it then. Need to dispel more often, I think. He's got to a point where we got 2 dampens. I wonder if, I don't know, I'm not sure I'd go be out killing Ellie's. Jesus Christ, man. Gotta get to him. Funny, I actually knew he was gonna do it, so I just put the trap in front of him so you grip him through the trap. Died and fail. That comp has really low synergy. I mean, he's hitting hexes, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do with my traps. Braid is not disabled. Yo, man, I'm not a fucking Death Knight. Oops. Pretty fine, actually. That blind was good for me. We still win. That one, it's weird. We played that matchup before and did not go well. I think it's when healers go into CC. It's like a week horror for that. DKs are good next expansion, yeah. I'm excited for it. Oh. He exploded, man. I think I should second on them. I don't think I would expect any change. I mean, I haven't expected change. I think beta locked in. They actually changed this pretty late, to be honest. That's not to say they aren't making changes. They're just doing it like behind the scenes. They don't want to deploy things onto beta. They just want people to play the game. PvP isn't a priority to them or anything. Their priority is having a good experience next week or this week in 2 days time. That's what they're after at this point. Yeah, queues have gotten pretty bad on him. I'm going in like 4 or 5 shuffles tonight. And it's like maybe a shuffle an hour? Even with 2 accounts. I could stop porting stuff across to retail, I guess. Or I could start working on the weak auras, but I don't know what I really care about. Not much has changed. Oh, wasn't too bad. We complained about it, so the queue popped. Now it passes to my shaman, which I'm also fine with. think meeting kicked is good. Oh, we punished him so bad with that. Oh my god. That was kind of insane. We played full utility and we just one-shot him. Well, it wasn't like a one-shot, but we did proc 4 ancestors. Can't get this tremor. Uh-oh. Oh, not the double swap, man. That happens a lot. Dodging a good amount. I was feeling that. I didn't have tram. can't believe that a priest actually can win that. It seems wrong. Because we actually have no CC as that comp. Really, other than Weave a CC, I guess. Like, we're not going to get hexes because hexes get decussed instantly. And he can't do it other than his instant CC. I'm enjoying it. I think it's fun. I feel like I played the last round really well relative to the other stuff. I could have done the same thing the previous round, I think. I just didn't. I did not. But I played the last one well. I mean, I'm not. We should have won the first one. I didn't kite at all, and I was like afterwards, like, why did I try and play in the open? So then the next time I just played like super AFK, and we just ran around. They couldn't do anything. No, it actually felt really good when you just played a dampen. I mean, I personally don't mind. Yeah, I feel the same way when I play Hunter with Ellie. Actually, it felt really bad. I'm like, do I want to actually scatter off? Like, do I want to CC off his flame shocks? But I don't think it actually matters as an Ellie. But yeah, when we dampen that last round, I think Ellie Mage is actually a good comp in general. I don't think you care about sheeping off their dots. No one's gonna get upset. I mean, yeah, I don't think it matters. It's really easy to get dots up this expansion. Like your sheeps might get broken, but you can spam sheep pretty easily. But for my POV, just playing to like wither everyone seemed best. Like that last game actually felt, they almost killed the monk randomly, but like for the most part we had complete control. Nah, it's got too much health. Magma Totem actually has. I mean, you can try. Me personally, I think totems in general have too much HP right now. Like all totems. I can't one shot grounding totems, and I can't one shot fucking. Actually, I think you one shot grounding, but you can't one shot cap and stuff. Well, they changed Ellie as well. Ellie doesn't funnel like it used to. As long as you aren't sheeping the kill target, it doesn't actually matter. Because they changed the way that your dots work to not funnel, like to not increase the proc chance by as much as, like, you know, by the proportion of the dots you have. So if you have three dots out, it doesn't increase your chance of proccing by 3 times. Yeah, I wouldn't kill Magma Totem. I think it's got more HP than the low HP totems. It's more like a healing stream. Yeah, they nerfed Ellie's a couple times on beta. They're still insane. Ellie's have been very resilient. They've had such fat nerfs over time, and they're still S tier. Like, it's crazy how like I think no class has been nerfed more than them and actually held on despite them. They were really out of control at the start of the expansion, or at the start of beta, or I guess mid beta. I didn't play the start of it. I only started playing the last couple weeks of beta. And I jumped on Ellie and it was like the most fucking ridiculous thing. All right, let's start setting up on live, I guess. How do I want to do it? Is the question. I've actually played, I think, every spec on live that I play, but I don't have, this has got a completely fresh installation of WoW. I don't even have an add-ons folder on retail. Like, it's completely fresh. Never opened. Oh wait, it's gonna do the fucking intro sound. Yeah, I should probably at least have that. Hang on. Let's get the basics on there. How DK's looking? Good, I think. My entire UI will get shared, yeah, but I don't. That particular one requires a couple things. It's a combination of settings and the modified lure to make it work. Yeah, just I repositioned some stuff that couldn't be done through just like modifying the actual. I just took the Zayu profile and changed it to make it look more like raid frames. It's crazy. I guess if I really wanted to, I'm sure there's a way that you could actually modify with especially with the bigger one that I've got here, right? I bet you could actually modify this to have like class specific cooldowns, sort of similar, like growing out the other side, like Omni. Can Omni CD work in Arena too? There isn't an option to have enemies, right? I wonder if you could modify Omni CD to work the exact same way, but on the other side. As Ellie, one of the nice things you could do as well, is you just have a flame truck icon on each person, and it wouldn't be very intrusive at all. Does Omniva work for Arena 123? Can you do an Arena 123 for Omniva? Crack. Oh my god, you can. Wait, I love that. I actually think I'm gonna do that. That sounds cool. You 100% could do that. That's actually a cool idea. We should definitely do that. That's a badass idea. So it just tracks based on. So you have to make 3 new bars and then line them up. It does? Oh, yeah. I already had one that's doing something like that, but yeah, you can. The flame shot one's super easy. I just have it so it lines up with the specific frames. Same way you do Omnibar, I guess. Whoa. Headshot. Do they not? Did they fix it or no? If it's not fixed, that could be kind of annoying. Not like this, man. Oh, it's brutal. Perfectly fed my CDs. No, it certainly doesn't. You could add it manually. I mean, maybe it is 15% damage, but it just has so much uptime. What? I stunned that guy to try to like trap him if he got knocked away, and I was like, maybe he'll die, and then he actually exploded instantly. I don't understand, man. I don't actually think Adrid's that behind. I think Adrid in threes will be completely fine. I think it's behind in I think it is decisively behind in shuffle, and just in terms of like raw throughput. But I don't think it's behind at all in other respects. It'll be good with mage, and things you can't cleave at the same time. Oh, I got super lucky there, man. Not 2 for 2 though. He get shattered? Yeah, I think Adrid could actually have the best comp in the game, just because of the power of Cyclone, right? Having Cyclone, a Frost Mage, and a Shadow Priest at the same time. It feels like you have to attack the Priest, but you get punished by the Mage. I mean, it's not going to get into everything. I bet it gets beaten by certain wizards, but I feel like it sounds pretty... Sorry, what? The fuck? It's one of those weird games where like the mage is the one losing, the frost mages, but has he really done anything to deserve to? Maybe it's the fact that there's two mages and one's kind of one tapping. It's the arcane mage. The arcane mage is one shot 3 people in this lobby. Fortunately, with me on his team. There's a Trent there. Oh, I've got to do a Trent nameplate. So actually that works at least. I guess at least we can't see Trent nameplates anymore. Wait, how'd the binding shot not work on him, though? Oh! Oh! We just randomly popped off, man. 1.59 mil aim shot. And then we kill shot him for 1.3. It's crazy. Arcane shot, bro. I feel like Hunter's damage profile is wild, personally. The thing that's crazy about Mark's Hunter that makes it so special, in my opinion, is that it's all single target. Like Death Knight, you know, you play an Unholy DK, you play even a Shadow Priest, a good amount of your damage funnels into its off targets. Very paddy, right? And Ellie Shaman too. Like a lot of your damage just funnels into off targets, which can be useful, but isn't as good as single target. And the thing is that Mark's Hunter can do like 500 to 600 KDPS, but it's all on whatever you're attacking. It's just all, you're always lasering whatever you're attacking, compared to like spreading, you know, let's say a Death Knight does at most 700 KDPS, let's say, like sustained, perfect scenario, but half of that is going to go into off targets, pets, etc. So you're reducing your actual like pressure on your main target. But all of Hunter and Fury Warriors have a crazy damage profile. Hunter, like Fury can have some cleave, but most of it, like Rampage, is all single target. So like the majority of their damage just lasers their main target, which makes them, you know, you have to deal with their damage. Like whatever their DPS is, you have to deal with 100% of that on one target as a healer, which is way harder than having to deal with it on multiple. No problem, Trim buddy. Max me got the range DPS. You may max that in cleave. Yeah. You could just basically you just supplement your rotation a little bit with trick shots, right? Use multi instead of arcane. If you spec it, which I guess I could. It's not actually that expensive to do. I think it's just these 2 points for these 2 points, and you've got. Well, I guess you'd want to have. Let's see. I guess you'd play heavy ammo. Wait, how many does it? Oh, how much does it do? 65? Wait, heavy ammo sounds kind of sick. What's small game hunter? I've never seen that talent, have I? I don't know if you care about small game hunter. But heavy ammo sounds sick. I don't know how you play it though. Is it expensive? I could try it. This, I think bullseye can go, right? That honestly isn't that expensive to play. Oh wait. Oh, that was how I was getting. That was my only path to focused aim. Never mind. That wasn't actually ideal. Do you think Serpent Sting's worth it? It's pretty good for one for a single talent point. It's not bad. I'm not dropping. I would rather drop 2.5% aim shot damage. That's super irrelevant, but I'm not sure what I want to pick up with that. That works with this build. Wait, what's this do? That doesn't seem that good. Just buffing multi-shot damage. I feel like even arcane shot damage is super irrelevant, to be honest. We're just doing it to ricochet our aim shots and multis anyway. You think volley's worth? Yeah. I guess the heavy ammo will feel better. It's crazy it's actually 90% cleave. I mean, I want all the reason why I'm changing this is you aren't actually losing much single target to play this. It's not about AoE padding. We're trying to not give up single target. We're just trying to cleave as well. Like these talents, like Razor Fragments is it makes your kill shots go for 1 mil. These the rest are all true shot talents. There are 4 true shot talents that you play. This one here, this one here, this one here, and this one here. They all work together. Dropping any of them feels pretty bad. Do I want to try? Let's do this. You think Wailing? Wailing feels pretty good. Are you sure? You don't play either Wailing talent? Like Wailing doesn't feel worth it unless you get the reset. But if you get it's the second part. Wailing arrow resets cool and rapid fire. That's the part that feels good. You need all the Wailing talents for it to feel good. If you just play one of them, it doesn't feel like it's even worth playing this one. But when you're, yeah, feels pretty strong. I don't know if Is multi doing enough though? To get to small gamers, we have to drop some pretty important stuff. Multi has more damage than Arcane. Does it? I don't think so. But I don't think either does any damage, relatively speaking. But this thing's bound. I don't know if I've actually got multi-shot bound. Guess we're gonna find out. Well, this is like a terrible cleave lobby, but he's trapped full mana, he's dead, right? Yeah. Well, I didn't really pay. This didn't really cost much. I dropped out on 2.5% damage on aimed in rapid fire so far. I think that's the only cost. You had spare talents. So we're going to see if there are situations where we can get some cleave going. Probably not. But eventually we'll see a shuffle of good cleave. He'll grip it, right? He didn't, but I guess it didn't matter that much. Excuse me? What? Yep, that Arcane Mage did just. Whoa! People are just taking fucking turns one-shotting this priest, man. That was a fat fucking execute, man. 1.7 million execute. He died from 79%. I mean, that I've played with Envy quite a bit, and that does not normally. That is not normally at all. Do I have the angle for that? I do. He's gonna cast it on. Oh, he stopped it. Bubbles. Does that hit me through? It hits me through, man. I probably should know that. Maybe they're having a rough time. Oh, it's that priest having a rough time. Wait. I don't think that's actually the correct story in this lobby, right? It's possible. But I feel like the priest just getting one tap most of those rounds. It has nothing to do with anything. I mean, he got one shot too, though. So now I'm feeling like it does look like maybe that had something to do with it.
Falling away as I'm searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I'm looking for no reason to change.
Something to do that because he had sack up anyway, but he didn't see it.
It's good for
Ow.
you, baby. I can see it.
I will not be one shot, sir. Honestly, I might be.
Breaks tonight, so we can see the end inside. We're gonna shout it out to the sky. When I look into your eyes, I can see no better light, better light.
Oh my god, he's behind the pillar. An angel, man. No, now you're in the way. Okay. You can do it, man. One shot him. I'm gonna be honest, if you don't one shot him right now, we don't kill him. Oh! We got him. Oh, this kid didn't even pop, man. True shot. So the talent build I'm playing has reduction. So what is True Shot base? 2.5 or something? No, it's 2 minutes base. It's reduced by 20 seconds from True Shot Mastery. And then you have another talent when you're playing this tree, you get 15-second more reduction. And then we get more reduction from this too, right? Every 50 focus is 2.5. So we have like we have 3 different things that will reduce it by from 2 minutes. It ends up being like, depending on how much you PvE, yeah, especially this build, True Shot is very threatening. Thanks, Tech, yeah. I'll share it all, but it's not, I wouldn't recommend using it when I do, to be honest. Because it's not, like, whenever an S Arena updates, it's going to break all the things I changed. Which makes it pretty sketchy to use. Not that S Arena changes that often. Pretty mage and heavy. Oh, Walter. Play that a little better. Oh! Just barely lives. Maybe one shot by a mage right now. So for wizard lobbies, I'm not sure if I'm, but we should be playing Shamanism. Probably lusting priest still. But you just kind of lust based on what you're doing. I'm tracking way more Shadow Priest cooldowns than I need. I should modify that. I think I'm also tracking. If everyone's CDs, then I should be tracking. Alright, that was not good. Unless. Nope, it's just not good. Did not purge what I want to, but it proc at a really good time. Wait, I'm afraid. This noise makes it sound like I'm about to explode. Enjoy lust. DD seed. Not like this, man. I'm still killing him, but not like this. So we're kind of blasting him, Mr. Walter. The mage is here. When did you arrive, Mr. Mage? think that round was really close before he DC'd. Best classes right now? There's a pretty wide range of them. Hard to say. There's a lot of good classes right now. I'm in the US, so my ping's low. I have like 50 ping right now. I used to use low ping, but I don't know what they use anymore, like what it would be now. I haven't been in New Zealand in a while.
I can't get back on my feet. I fall right into you.
outside of TSG, what holiday comps you're excited to test out? I'm actually not excited about TSG at all. I find it very hard to be excited about TSG. TSG is only good in a very. It's not even about like DKs. It's like when TSG is good, it's not really a statement on Death Knight at all, or even Warrior. It's a statement on the game state. Basically, it's only good if the game is slow enough that TSG can out tank teams to death. It's never a comp that's good in other respects. Or the game is so fast that you can connect with someone and kill in the opener. So, I mean, TSG might be okay, but it's not a very exciting comp to play. I think, like, comparing what TSG has to a comp like, you know, DHDK, because DH is bringing a lot of utility, or Windwalker DK, because there's synergy with grip stuns, and just, like, the way that comp kind of plays. Although I'm not a huge fan of the Dampany playstyle anyway. I'm most excited to play Rogue DK, I think. I think Rogue DK is very, very good still. I expect to be the best. My Ellie build right now is this right here. What are the first class you're gonna level? It'd be nice to level 1 or 2 the first day maybe, 1.5. Probably a Death Knight, and then my plan is to just let people pick what I level. Basically, I'm just gonna let other people decide. Because I kind of plan to level everything anyway, right? So there's no huge rush.
could forget just what we had. Spend all of my days outside my head. Without all these feelings we've been fed. Forget everything that I once said. Could you move on? I don't want you gone. Could you move on? I don't want you gone. Forget what we had. Leave with something left. Forget what we had. Leave with something
D has an F, we're going to get 2. I could see getting enough from BGs, honestly. We'll see though. I don't think they'll be as big of a menace in 3s. I guess we're no, I don't know how 3 is gonna feel in general. It's possible that DKs are good in 3s because the games might be really dampening, and just like ooming people might be valuable. I'm not completely sure.
Could you move on? I don't want you gone. Forget what we had. Let me leave with something.
Aye, good Lord, Miss, what are you most freaked up about in the expansion coming out? Should we all be freaked up?
It's a good question, Ab. Is music actually too loud though, or is it fine? I think I have the opposite problem now. I think it's like loud because I just took off like the thing that was like suppressing the sound by a lot. It's turned down more, but it may still be too loud. I can maybe fix that. Hang on. It may be the same how it is. Bro, it's gonna blast my ears then when I change this though. They should be about equal now.
Hi, Cook Lord Mez, what are you most bricked up about in the expansion coming out? Should we all be bricked up, bricked up?
It seems we've cut that last part. Is that closer? Yeah, it's they're just the same volume on this now. I don't have a guide for early shaman now. Not at the moment. Will threes be less deflated at season 1 than the Dragonflight if they learn the lesson? So they did make a mistake at the start of Dragonflight. You are right. At the start of Dragonflight, they actually had no inflation. They just didn't turn it on at all. Presumably that they'll not make that mistake this time. But I'm sure the shuffle will be more inflated. I guess that queue actually timed out. Well, it was a hard question to answer, Av. The reason need inflation season 1? It died super hard because it didn't have any inflation. Before they put inflation, really aggressive inflation. So still, in the end. But yeah, I mean, every single week, it like threes got less inflated. People got full gear and then just stopped playing. So it was just every week it was getting like people's ratings were going down and it was completely plateaued at like 2,500. Season 2 had a lot of inflation, but season 1 had none to begin with. It was season 1 at the start was unbearable.
I cook Lord Mez, what are you most bricked up about in the expansion coming out? Should we all be bricked up? This is my question. Bricked up about question mark.
It actually blocks out the... There's not actually a question there that I can answer. I mean, should you... I'm personally not like that, you know, about anything. But it will be fun. So you could get Glad early in the season. We got Glad really early in the season too, but didn't like basically the players like just naturally every week there's less people. Like, the most players that will play in the first and second week, and at the end of the season as well. But it got worse from that point. Like much worse from that point. And what he means is that like, I don't think rank 1 was 1800, but definitely like for the most part, it just, yeah, it was pretty bad. Not many people got, it was bad at the start. Like just, yeah. I played it at a range of different times of day and all kinds of things. And yeah, very dead relative. Like it just didn't feel like it was worth people's time. You could be 3,000 rate. You could be 3,200 rated in shuffle and 2,300 rated in threes, or 2,200 rated in threes. It was just they just didn't inflate it at all, so it didn't keep up with people like kind of funneling out. So by weeks it compounded every week until by week like 13 or 12, they just added inflation, like a lot of very aggressively added inflation. I mean, they just didn't have inflation, man. It was very clearly not good at the start of the season. It was like ultra dead. Everyone was like going around posting statistics about how dead it was. It was that bad. Like people were going around showing like the activity of shuffle compared to the activity of threes, and it was like really drastically different. And then they came out and made a post and said, oh, we didn't actually put inflation on to try it out. And then and they're like, yeah, we're going to stop putting a ton of inflation. And they put a ton of, like, put like 300 rating of inflation, and everyone started playing again. Skew, are we? Ways.
Conversations running through my head, I see mountains just to be.
Well, I kind of wish I'd done some Mop remix. I hear people liked it a lot.
Is it worth it? Now stuck in this feeling that I come up on the ceiling, so shy. Got it up to the reason to silence. Don't know whether to be mad or be silent. The suffer intrusions that let me get in the music. I'm so bright. Don't know if I'm a nuisance. Got tired of choosing the wrong right. Conversations running through my
Thoughts on all of them for releases? I mean, in terms of like, as it compares, I think War Within feels overall like an like BC or Wrath, you know, to compared to the expansion before. It's like BC to like Wrath to BC or BC to Vanilla or Kata to Wrath. Like it's just like it's moving a step further forward. And it's refining a lot, you know. I guess it feels in some ways shinier than Dragonflight did. Dragonflight had this really, really ambitious talent system they put in for every single spec, right? But that was like all it was. So a lot of specs didn't really get much when they added all these talents in, right? A lot of classes got more of what they already had, and just like a couple of choices, but they just had to make all these nodes, but not necessarily make them interesting. And you know, the reworks they did this expansion makes most classes that had them pretty fun, and some classes had them last expansion and made them more fun at that point. And everyone gets, you know, a choice of hero talents, and I would liken the hero talents to Warlords of Draenor. I think it feels so. When you level up in Warlords of Draenor, what would happen was you would get a random trait. So like you'd level up from, let's say, I think it was it was 90 through 100, I think, with the levels. But every level you got, so you went from 90 to 91, and you would get like a random trait, which just pick from. You had 10 different ones you had for your spec, and it would give you one of them. And by the time you got to level 100, you had all of them. And hero talents feel like those, except you can pick from 2 sets of them. So you can pick from 2 different sets of how you, and then you can actually customize them a little more than that even. But yeah, 2 sets of yeah, that changes things quite a bit, especially aesthetically and stuff too. Early access is a crime for sure, but also Yeah. Mostly. I don't know. I mean, it's a shitty direction to go for sure. Maybe less excited about it, but you know, sketchy. I mean, I love Kata is always going to be a special expansion to me. But I mean, playing something new versus playing a very, very good version of, a very good previous version of the game. It's up to you on that one. But for me, I'll always go for the new stuff if I can. Shows me I'm out of CDs entirely. So we're one poly DRA from losing. Oh, I snuck away. Maybe I transitioned off and I shouldn't have. I think Blizzard, OS is free with no downsides. Yeah, I don't know. You're right. I mean, it's not. I think they just bet on people not talking about it in a little while. The ret is pressing, so the way they press wings is through a talent now. So it presses every time they press Wake of Ashes. Although he's actually playing the normal wings. Or what the fuck do you mean, man? Hello? I didn't do a single play. I didn't do anything, man. Jesus, man. He almost did it again. Actually, on land there, I was trying to slide on the pillow, but
With your head up, high from the ghetto, seeking the format, smack that stiletto, boosting the treble, right that staccato. All I wanna feel is baseline, make you wet up. With your head up, high from the ghetto, seeking the format, smack that stiletto, boosting the treble, right that staccato. All I wanna feel is baseline, make you wet up.
you got blocked. We got now, obviously. He's CS, so I can stun him. I see your thing there.
Run for recover, hear my tribe roar live with the thunder. Let it rain down so we pour out another. All I wanna feel is light we reveal, and the ceiling roofs get blown with the feels, and the foundation laid down with the brave. Uncharted, we set the pace, anticipated in the way we say rise, elevate. Elevate. Elevate, go.
I've already started sending a million Pally blasts at everyone. Yeah, that's why not the Talons were playing before.
With your head up, high from the ghetto, seeking the format, smack that stiletto, boosting the treble, right that staccato. All I wanna feel is baseline, make you wet up. With your head up, high from the ghetto, seeking the format, smack that stiletto, boosting the treble, right that staccato. All I wanna feel is baseline.
Just one taps every time, man. I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. Oh, the hex on it too, man. He hates it. I'm gonna go poly. Mr. Mage. Oh, what was it for? 1.34. All right, we can play Lusto. How do I stop it?
Some trouble, you were looking alright. Every time you said a word, I was staring at your lips.
I'm going pretty big on recovery though.
I don't think I've ever been so close to a love like this. I never met someone like you. I never felt this way, ooh. We
No competitor is like the priest isn't very close to help me. Oh, magic pop. Little unfortunate. Big healing. And a kick. Big damage there. If he dispels, he dies. Boop. I have missed a decent. I think I caught the start of the conversation that's going right now in chat. I think it boiled down to like it should be illegal. The truth is like it's ethically, legally it should not be, right? I don't think you control. It's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope ethically what they're doing, but not legally. Ethically, it's kind of fucked up to make people pay more money for the same thing they're already getting before in every other expansion. There have been like 6 of them, and then you get, you charge people $20 more to access it 3 days early. That's fucked up. It's unfortunately kind of, I will say that in some ways WoW has not conformed to other video game culture when it comes to selling stuff. Zep, but you know the new Twitch Prime, man. I really appreciate it, man. That is my 8th sub today. Thank you, buddy. So I'm happy in the sense that they haven't, like, for example, the sub price has not actually gone up and now offers you more by like objectively more in terms of like the different game properties they've got access to, like the different classic versions and the retail version. And it hasn't scaled with inflation whatsoever. If you had the same relative price, like $15 a month now compared to $15 a month back in 2004, obviously things have inflated quite drastically in about 20 years. And they haven't chosen to do that. And then they also didn't conform hugely to the microtransaction culture of like, League onwards, really. League and Dota onwards. They didn't do that, which is good. But no, I understand why people don't like this specific thing, because this is a part of video. Like, this is annoying because they're giving you what you're like. They're not offering you a new product. They're offering you the same product 3 days early. Thank you, Zet. Yeah, no, I just wish though, like, I will say this, the thing I'm most afraid of with early access, I'm doing early access. I don't love the practice of it. The reason why I as a player won't like it as much is that I feel like the most exciting part of WoW is everyone playing at the same time. Like the fucking servers is packed. There's trillions of people around. It's great. Everyone's leveling. It just feels super alive. And I worry, I guess, most of all, and I'm not trying to be like, I'm excited, but this part, like, I'm worried that with early access costing a decent chunk more, that you won't have that as much. Because, 3 days of it, that or it'll feel like there's 2 releases to the game. I mean, so Hanzo, it's kind of not just a meta. They didn't invent that meta. This is the talents I'm playing right now. Blizzard didn't invent that meta. It's a video game practice used by lots of companies now. They just figure that people will pay, like all things, like all products. So if you've done, this is like super basic economics, right? But you have like demand at different price levels for a product, and this allows them to take 2 slices of that pie, right? If you can imagine, like, people are willing to play at $90 or $100, but it's obviously a smaller number that will play at 60. So this allows them to take a slice of both. It's just basic economics. It's just how economics works. Like high school economics, basically. It boils down to that. It probably has that as a spillover. I think the chances of it not being smooth on launch are much lower, or much, at least smooth on launch. A much higher chance of being smooth on launch. Crazy part about like from Blizzard's point of view, what they'll be looking at is how many people give in and buy upgrades on the day. You know, I bet there's a good number of people that are like, I'm not gonna do that. Fuck that. I'm not gonna pay the extra $20. I'm gonna wait 3 days. And then I bet a good number, not like a significant number, but like enough on the day, like, man, I don't want to sit here. Like you're there on it's Thursday. And you're watching your friends level and you're like, fuck, I guess I have to. And then they actually pay to upgrade on the day. But Blizzard as a company aren't generally, they're not all that fucked up when it comes to some money related stuff. Beam, buddy, thank you for the host, man. I saw Beam playing beta earlier. How does enhancement time on games go? Rusty, buddy, thank you for the 20-month resub as well. I mean, potentially. I just think it's fun to be part of that massive group of people. It's like one of the most like memorable moments of any expansion is just having everyone there at the same time. It lasts for a month or so. So like the first 3 days of that month aren't the most important thing ever by any means. But it's just awesome to be part of. I don't know. I guess for me, like WoW was like that. I was like super like, you know, I don't know what the word is. Isolated, I guess, when I first started playing socially and stuff. So like being part of that was kind of awesome. Yeah, exactly, Kang. It's a very nostalgic. Yeah, no, I agree. Like you're not missing anything by not playing the first 3 days at all. No, it's a super unhealthy thing. Like it's like in terms of what you're doing, like at what they're fundamentally doing, it's definitely messed up. I see why they're doing it, and I actually think in the case of the way that servers and stuff are structured with them, it probably actually saves them some money. Like they probably actually save money, like not only make money but also save money on like peak server demand. It probably never peaks. Like it might lessen the peak by whatever the percentage of people that pre-order are, right? The people that buy the Epic Edition. So when the overall game launches, it may actually have a decent effect on it, because not everyone's going to log in like first global on the. I imagine the next big spike will be the first like when they open the raids and everything. It's like the 14th. But not everyone's going to log in at the same day on the same time on that, whereas everyone will log in at the exact same time that the server's open, right? That's the spike that probably actually costs them a good amount of money. They probably have to overshoot server, like their actual supply. I guess it's not really supply, but they're scaling supply by quite a bit to make it possible to deal with that spike. So for them, you know, Blizzard are known for kind of, well, WoW is known for shitty like launches. The last one was actually very smooth. It was maybe like an hour or two where it was weird. But for the most part, WoW has had bad ones. Are they time getting all delves? No, you can't do a single one, not leveling delves either? Or just competitive delves, like Mythic Plus style delves? My UA is not pasted anywhere. I think release is going to be... It's not global release, so it shouldn't be 2 AM. Maybe Oceanic ones? But I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it'll release at, let me see. I'm fairly sure it's going to release at like maybe 5-6 p.m. New Zealand time. It's going to release early for America. No, it's going to be a little later than that. The time zones are weird at this time of year. So it's... So it's 4 p.m. for me. Which is 10 p.m. for New Zealand, which is 8 p.m. for Australia. Well, they only have a certain like zoned in with that, like grouped in with that. It's New Zealand, Australia, and America, some other oceanic countries and stuff too. That just means you can level in delves, but you can't do competitive delves. Because delves are an in-game content. That makes sense to me. Oh man, is this Joe? I'm gonna get blasted. Oh no, man. I'm so fucking dead here. But maybe he's dead. Go for him instead, man. Don't worry about me. The fuck just happened, man? Nice to get lagged out. Yeah, no, I heard it was lag. Interesting. 1000 ping. I mean, I could have done better. It could have been me too. People, if you're playing from other regions, you get crazy fucking lag on TR or on beta. Yeah, no, you're not alone on that one. I've seen a lot of people have a lot of trouble. Kind of a pity they don't just have, like, you know, both regions have their own ones. I guess they wouldn't get much testing done. We lived for a bit. I had a really bad Citical lens at the start. Also, the Dragon did 800k HPS, which is very high. Nah, it's on me, Lex. It should be me going quite poorly in this lobby, I think. I'm not sure how much I can kite or how much I can tank against Fury. I feel like I didn't avoid enough damage to justify what I was doing. Updated week orders for Thursday. There's really nothing to worry about with that at the moment. Honestly, I've been playing the whole beta without week orders, and it doesn't feel like it matters much. Like, truly, it doesn't. The game is slow enough that they don't feel as important. They're definitely still worth having, but I haven't used any week orders the whole beta just to kind of like get a feel for the game. I think it's what I did last time too. I made them on live last time from memory. Oh, he's 4-piece. Interesting. I almost died to this. Yeah, that was Super Troll. What the? I don't know what happened the last round. I had to turtle to I don't know what. Hey, you did a good one. I don't know what happened the last round. It felt like we were getting deleted. The game was... I wonder what I'm supposed to do. I mean... Against Dragon, I just didn't see the start. I should have just instantly scatter trapped red, I guess. But the red almost cleaved me to death instantly. Ooh, interesting. That's... He actually had a lot of damage from focusing lens. Did he get a lot of damage over all the rounds? This is the first red I've seen using this. No, 2%. Is that 2 of them? I assume he's using 2 of them on his gear too. Yeah, just did well the last round, I guess. Doesn't seem crazy. Arena frames? It's a modded S arena. That's so good, Lex, man. It's beta. You don't have to apologize for running on beta, man. Or even on live. You don't have to apologize for running in general, but least of all on beta. We're just playing it to have fun and to learn stuff. Probably pretty annoying to learn stuff when you're on, high ping as well. Let's get CC'd and rogued for a bit. No, it's the proc. I should look 2 places like that. Evidently, no. Should not do that. Low mobility. He is spam dispelling, so it's really annoying. Happy with most vintage making them. It did feel like the priest got pretty behind though. Or both. Lions have stopped it. It's actually a really important window for him to not get fucked over on. feel like crucially, we needed to run to mid pillar.
Was there a reason I was trying too hard to be what I could never be? 'Cause I could never find the way. Kept on believing there was only so much time it should take, but it's not right to live your life there. 'Cause we are monsters, just moving at our own speed in our different galaxies. How we can wait till time takes us where we're meant to be. 'Cause it's okay to do it differently. Was there a reason I was trying too hard to find what I could never see? 'Cause it was never meant for me. Kept on comparing, overthinking about the things I should have, but it's not right to live your life.
I think if I stunned Rogue though, didn't get cheap shot, we won that. Or like got very close. I might have had CS. Isn't it 5 days? Nah, well, early access is technically like 20. It's like 30 hours away or so. Should we try something? I've never tried this before. Might work really well, or it might not work well at all. Better with Lust, probably. Let's move on to that one. Fun game though. It's just the way that, like the healer situation. I guess it's weird. He only got 33. There must be no high rated healers queuing right now, because he only got 33 from that win for a 6-0. Like, can you imagine that? You go 6-0 in a lobby, you get 33 rating, and you're only 2k in this case. Honestly, that doesn't make sense. Look, the two healers are both the same rating, 20, 33. Oh, his MMR is tanked a little bit. It's still weird though. You can gear in PvE and still in PvP? I'm not sure about the second part of your question, but the first part, you don't need to, like, you could, PvP and PvE gearing are basically exclusive of each other now. So the vault is all PvE gear. There's no PvP vault. This is shuffle right now. Oh, it doesn't compete me. You would want to use PvP gear and PvP in the end, I think. It's kind of annoying, isn't it? Very deado. You up now? Huh. I mean, I could have saved him, I guess. Well, I mean, just the warrior just destroyed him while I was getting CC by Rogue. Yeah, see them? I mean, I have the ones for this already. That was a crazy round. I can't believe we lost it. I thought I actually like kind of baited a little bit with my Ike Turtle at a pretty decent time. We had like a pretty good chain at the end, although I pushed for it and took a little too much damage before we doing that. spell around. Yeah, I don't know. How do I dispel? Oh, it's myself. I didn't get any shields. It's hitting palm's kind of nice, but it's cleaving as well. Old pen would do more than it did, to be honest. Hunter is playing full mastery at the moment. Locks are pretty great. This is a, I mean, it's not as simple as like it just being a little lobby, but it's a bit of one. It's a really good fair. Did they set evasion on that? Oh, that's unfortunate. I wasn't sure how to play with the affliction. I should have just CC'd. I don't know. All my CC breaks is dot pressure. So like if I scat a rogue, his pressure's gone. If I scat a healer, and he was trying to kill healer, his pressure's gone. So I was in a spot where like, maybe I don't trap. Maybe just try and kill, but nah, I don't think that. I've seen wrestlers do fine. I think that wrestler druid was like not necessarily as comfortable. mean, disc is better, 100%. I don't think that's like broadly going to be the case though. I think if you're a good wrestler druid, you'll beat a worse disc. If you're equal skill, then I guess the disc can win. I mean, healer incentive and shuffle is going to be low in general. Keep in mind.
Comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control.
It is a.
Changes what you think.
It's a weaker on that.
Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true.
All right, we're back. I think so, Frosty. Yeah, I mean, everyone's everywhere. There's no inflation on here, and there aren't like tons of people queuing. There's enough for sure, but I ported. I'm forced to kind of attack this guy for a sec.
It's more than emotion. I feel I'm never gonna stop. 'Cause I'm falling deep, I guess the pressure's built right up. With all this desire I've been carrying around, feeling elated, I don't wanna come back down. Here I am, there you are, don't wanna stop.
We're in trouble for sure. Ah, the fair sucks. Felt like the disc was just not killable. That situation where like I actually felt like both healers played it well, but we were generating no pressure against the Warlock, and it was actually an Unholy Decay, which is like we have Mortal Strike, we're attacking a lock together, and he's not hurt. Hey Clunk, how you doing today, buddy? I mean, I think Max is fun. I think it's one of the specs that feels very satisfying to play. There's always an useful spot, man. Thank you, Clink. That's a good play-by-play, man. You have MMR reset? Very likely. Between expansions, they like virtually always do, I think. I think 6 PM EST sounds right to me as well, Clink. That's what I worked out before. You grip me 1 inch, man. I guess I was padding pretty hard there. Does that actually like translate to scoreboard? No, it does not. Holy fuck, the affliction. Definitely blasted just then. This is kind of random. We're kind of everywhere. Will I be drinking the 24-hour stream? I could definitely drink on the 24-hour stream, but I have to do it like towards the end because I made that mistake. Do you remember the last time I did Cookie when I did both at the same time? By 12 hours in, I was half asleep and hungover, man. That was a very difficult challenge. The end of it we could drink, but the start of it was a big mistake. We could end drunk, we couldn't do it like 4 hours in. But that was the most difficult thing. I swear I still remember how painful that was. That was actually ridiculously hard. No, not in the Omni-Man. I've never tried to do those two things together. I didn't think you get hungover if you stop drinking for a bit. That's what happened. Apparently it's common. Like if you, yeah. Anyway, so like 4 hours. I started drinking 4 hours in. Oh, he's gone, man. Bro, I was down horrific, man. Like I was in this weird spot where like, do I try and get re-drunk? Apparently that was one of the things they did. Like I just drank a shitload of water to try and like rehydrate my I don't know. Stuttering of 4 hours left. More like 6 or 7. But I did it last time 4 hours in, so I did 20 hours. Like I was drunk for about 8, so I started drinking 4 hours in. I was drunk for about 8 hours, and then I was taking it easy for a bit because I was pretty drunk, and then I like by 12 hours in, I had a hangover, and then I had 12 hours of like hangover drink. So instead we'll do the I think the risk is of falling asleep, probably in that case, but it might be like, it might end with me like actually falling asleep because you like, you know, you're tired and you're also getting drunk, which sounds like honestly a fun time, but a very... No, I didn't ban Clink. I banned Zane, I think, right? That was where I banned Zane. He had one too, like, you know, I was... All right, you know what, Cookie? We'll do a game on Feral. Feral's actually fun. Like, legitimately, that's a spec that I have no fucking idea what I'm doing on, but I actually find it quite fun. I think it's on this account. Nope, that's my other account. I have to say, it's honestly, you don't have to apologize for that. It's a safe assumption, Cookie. That's a good call, Cookie. Is there a spec you can use for it? I can see it with the spec soon. Yeah. It's crazy, like, it's so soon. Unfortunately, the character that's in Shuffle, I can't link it right now. All right, I'm gonna get Crush Tab. I should change my maybe not actually. It's so sketchy playing this. Oh, I see his tank. Wait, wait, wait. Big damn, man. So much damn. We actually just pretend we're an Ellie Shaman. And it actually worked pretty well. What do you, I mean, it happened. Like, he's dead, man. Actually bought him down in that lobby, but still. Oh, the spinning trap, man. From downtown. Doesn't really matter that much, but it's there. I had Turtle still, but I didn't think I would die to Health Sharks. I was thinking that Joe would get there and I'd Turtle right away after he get knocked and rooted and stuff, but I could have lived it. Did I have much pad though? Let's change. Actually, there's a few. I have to change a bunch of stuff. Okay, I changed this into that. There was another talent I wanted to change too. No, I didn't change either, man. Fuck. ACA's Holy DK's fine. There's a few things I haven't changed in a while. Here we go. Here we go. So get us, wait. That. Huh. That's what I had. Seems kind of weak for what it does, but oh, it's annoying. Oh, we trap off that instantly, man. We go. He trinkets it, right? It's commune. The tribal comes in. Oh, it breaks instantly. Tragic. So fucking. Wait. Maybe not. Oh, don't you dare expire on me. The random trap. Flying shot to save them. The root. Wait, it's not root. Kind of ran out of ways to save them now. That build does seem better though, without the cleave stuff. he probably doesn't want to let that happen, does he? Whoa, what? I mean, I imagine everything's playable to high ratings to begin with, like in shuffle, like above 24. Maybe not to like rank 1 shuffle, but like they can play. I think I actually did some pretty good CC in that last game. All I focused on was control. We still did damn, but we just had Joe in control the entire game, and then we just turned across and at the end, without scatter, just leapt and trapped. It was actually a pretty annoying spot there, and I wasn't like creating. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of liked it.
All my hopes, all my dreams have fallen right into place. I close my eyes, I hold on tight as we head for.
You know how DH is looking so far in beta? I think DH looks mostly fine. Not as good as it was in Dragonflight, but still good. No, I think, like MVQ does well with it, unless he's changed his mind recently. I personally don't see many of them in shuffles. MVQ is the only one that I've seen do well as one, but I don't see many of them. You don't see many Rets, you don't see many DHs, but I feel like at least DH doesn't look terrible when MVQ plays it. No, Orphan is in 30 hours or so. Oh yeah, Trent has been. I think Trent's been doing fine, right? Does he not like it? He's in the high lobbies, I think. I don't think it's as good as Dragonflight. It is straight up not as good, and I think their hero power is not super, like, doesn't really change much about what you're doing. Like, the crazy part about here's the real part that I think people will find disappointing. So your hero power actually empowers, so like you get an empowered throw glaive, and the throw glaive makes it basically empowers your next blade dance and your next chaos strike. But neither of them, even if you line them up really well, neither of them really hit as hard as anything Dragonfly did. So like, what's the point? You empower it and it doesn't do quite as much. We tragically missed the Feral lobby because of this. I'm not sure what it would look like. I mean, I think you'll get it very quickly. Would I suggest Marks of an Orca? Maybe. It's hard to say, man. I don't actually know. I haven't played one Orca. I'm definitely the best Marks Hunter by any means. Oh my god. Ow. I could have definitely, I mean, when was I supposed to total? I guess I was kind of like low for a bit. And you only have to get bust from 43%. I didn't get big barraged, so he didn't have time to, no, yeah, it was a small barrage. I mean, I definitely should have just, I mean, I knew I was expecting to total pretty soon. I wanted to do it after I got the Wailing Arrow off. Just lack of experience with how I'd want to do it. Feels really uncomfortable with a melee training you. I was not used to it. All right, so we kind of reversed that a little bit. Not ideal. No, very not ideal. You pensives on it, try and hold. Try and push this. Didn't get it. One shot, maybe. Trinkets. Ooh. That's a crit right there. I pudged it. Hey, one shot out. Max was pretty good in this one, I think. He was aiming to see to peel just then. That fell apart pretty fast. I guess it felt pretty good because seems like a heal lobby, unfortunately. We can maybe kite them a ton here. Hopefully.
I could tell within a moment you knew me well. I could see you gave me solace when I needed someone there. In the darkness, I still see you with a golden arch rising high above the sunset. And everywhere you are, I know that everything's in focus now. I'm seeing clearly for the first time. Today I woke up feeling more alive.
Even with little CC there, it felt pretty rough. Just behind a bit on output, I guess, and on damage. So yeah, they get so little from it. You only have 30 points from it. All right, we're back in queue. Give me one sec, guys. I'll be right back.
wanna bite my shit, bite my shit, bite my shit. But those wanna bite my shit, bite my shit, bite my shit. But those wanna bite my shit. I'm gonna get you.
All right, sorry, I'm back. Did I put it? Did click me up to what? Did we miss? Oh, Miz Farrell's queue hasn't popped yet. Anonymous to get the sub to Illidan is back. Illidan is back. The sub and potentially the character, I guess, at some point. We can blame Clink for that, actually. Yeah, 100%. Whatever you had to listen to while I was gone, Clinker was actually the reason that happened. I don't remember my keybinds on Feral, but it still bites. That's the important thing. So I really should start setting this up. Wait a second. It already is set up, I think. If I just copy across. I can set this up right now. That or it'll go horribly wrong and I'll lose my account will just be ruined. But it's actually possible that I can just do this, right? Oh. Sorry, I'm just setting up my UI on my other account. To be honest, you guys can't see it yet, but we're doing it. We're getting ready for the expansion. I guess I can pull it across all my weak cores and stuff now. It will? That doesn't matter, actually. Why is that up? And also it's up to he's doing it. We are doing it. We are doing it, man. It's time. Guess the one thing I didn't play at all in this version, I didn't play any Warlock. How do you get a beta key? At this point, you have to buy. I mean, I'm not even sure it'll actually give you one. You have to buy the Epic Edition. Like, is it only Epic Edition to play beta? I think it was only Epic to play beta too. It was like the early access and the beta, which is kind of fucked up. Is it actually how it worked, or did you have to pre-order the game and that's all you had to do? Enduro Power is botted. You can still buy it. It's not by drops. You have to buy it for sure. But I don't know. I don't know what version of the game you need for it. I honestly, I'm kind of surprised. I kind of assumed that they would do things differently. I thought that eventually it would open up to everyone. But I think you had to buy it. So everyone on here had to pay. Which is crazy. I mean, it's kind of a messed up approach, but I guess it worked for them. So, you know, we'll see if there are any knock-on effects this time. There might not be. They may have to pay zero consequences whatsoever. So once I copy these things across, code these characters. Oh, it's a feral queue, man. There's probably only one of these. We have to go 6 in one of these, if not all of these. DH can't. Wait, what's my? Oh, my DH is called. Trying to make sure I've got all the things correctly set up. Miss Feral was not real. I don't know my binds. I don't remember anything. We've learned nothing, but we can bite. So there's a chance that despite us not knowing what the fuck is going on here, that I will bite I will literally bite this Locke's entire head off. It's very possible. Out of nowhere. It just sporadically his head might implode. I mean, I feel like I won't probably do this to Jags, but we're gonna try. Oh no, man. I think that's healer's at. Is this healer AFK or did we just do that through healer? I don't know what happened. Technically we did 8 million damage there. We did actually push the wrong button twice. But no, I mean Feral is heavily bugged, man. This is some shit. Well, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing on Feral, but Feral is feeling OP. That is correct. Uh-oh. I'm not playing Moonfire, man. All right, Mr. Rogue, you bullied me for the last time. Bite. He didn't. He actually will bully me more than that. I can confirm this now more than ever. He will definitely continue to bully me. I mean, not forever, but. I mean, I tell you this, if I survive for a little bit longer, I will bite him. We're surviving a little longer, are we? Maybe, actually. I haven't. Oh, I will bite. Literally, I will bite his entire head off, man. I swear. Live! I'm not really doing my best to live here, but I will bite his head off, man, right now. Boop! Really, though? Ironbark? It's like that? It is like that, man. We need to clone a lot more. Why is the speaker not working to cancel these reading frames? It's not loaded on this character? Or is it broken? Did I not put it on this character? Huh. It should be. It's active. No, I'm actually alive. You know, trinket. You did trinket complete gear with garbage at the start though. No big bites that game. Yes, the Rogue did win all 3 rounds. But the first round doesn't really count. Unless it happens again now, in which case it does count 100%. We're not losing. Well, we can be losing actually still, but we're not losing by tons. No, I'm not Tiger's Fury out of stealth. I'm gonna get open on anyway. Big bites, maybe. Damn, I love my Tiger's Fury. Question mark? It's me and the rogue behind the pillar, man. I'm almost dead too. I've decided this rogue is making my experience less enjoyable, but we still have a 3 rounds, so we aren't losing. I guess for maximum, like for like the most possible like future enjoyment on this character, we actually want to lose this round and preserve our one-shot potential. The blind is bait. Did I get myself killed here? Bites, man. Huge bites. Unfortunate, sort of, but also sort of fortunate at the same time. That's not sandbagging, man, but we're happy about not, you know, we're not negative win-loss. We're definitely not very positive win-loss either. Which just means we get to have another nice little, like, 1900 game without the rogue, where we can maybe one-shot some people. Although in that game, 2.3 mil. We're still positive, exactly. And it's enjoyable enough that we'll go again. What else am I setting up? DH, set up. Don't. That's almost everything. Need to see something real quick. I think it's on this account. Not this account, right? Yeah, looks like I'm good. Nice to go through and import stuff, and we're done. All right, let's see if this works. I assume I'll be fine with 3 accounts open. Oh, my add-ons are updated. But they're updated. What are you saying? Oh. It doesn't... Oh, wait. Wait, no. I did change that. So my general add-on settings... There's no reason why that should be a problem. You should have copied across that setting, and they should all be disabled. I think we're good. Yeah. It's building my retail cache right now. All right, so now I need to go my slot. I need to import. Import. Talents. What, just in case. No, it should be. Okay. Character one set up. Guess we can set up my feral too. Because we're definitely going to prioritize leveling my feral, as you would expect, right? That's a high priority. Might even level it first. I mean, I like the. I mean, there's a lot of classes I like though. The design of a lot of them are pretty fun. Looks like we're going this guy. Doesn't take long to set up this way. You double click that, it bugs out. I think defense. I think it's unholy probably, yeah, but Frost is not terrible. I don't think. We'll pause queues for a sec. He's doing a Death Knight? For Warriors are way crazier than DKs. Really? That spell actually seems kind of insane for leveling. I mean, both warrior specs are really good. So I feel like it's kind of a strange change to have, but I respect it. My computer is definitely like fucking taking off. There's a shutdown today? $14 minutes. Not on beta though. Those 4 are all done. This guy's done. This guy's done. Didn't play any rogue, so it should be the old stuff should be fine. That's it for this account. This is all. This is the only characters we can level the first couple days, but that's plenty. All right. Moving on. So I'm excited. I'm very excited. That's not, no, that's not. What, man? You don't need professions for any, like, you can use other people's professions. Leveling professions is a really good way to make gold though. That I will say. These characters played. What's the last one?
Hey there, space boy, moving through the galaxy. Can you hear me through the dark? I'm calling you. Where do I start? I'm an emotional, taking in your sweet and considerate heart. Come into my world, give me your spark. Time to land and visit the planet. Give me your try. Still wanna make you sure I'm the reason to come back here. Just don't linger too much, 'cause you're a stranger, baby. So come get to know me. Don't be a stranger now.
Okay.
Station. Meet me at bay number 3.
Hey, Bigger.
Can you kiss me in the dark? I'm wanting you. Always apart, I'm so emotional every time you pack up and leave in your car. Why can't you stay here, soak up the charm, take a breather, I'm all you needed. Give me your heart, I wanna make you sure I'm the reason to rest up here. If you don't linger enough, you'll be a stranger, baby.
3 hours to does it just transfer them all across? It's kind of crazy. That's done.
Don't be a
Who is he?
stranger now.
Shaman. That's it. I'm gonna use RXP, I think. Oh wait, that's, you say that and you remind me that I need to literally get rested XP on that imported and set up. That I need. It's the last thing I have to do, I think. I need to set up on any character and it should be fine. I think it should inherit it across all of them. How it works? I'm not doing pre-patches, that sounds awful. I didn't play any, so I can't give like good like accurate thoughts on Windwalker, other than to say that it wasn't an outlier on beta. I don't think it was bad, but it was definitely not an outlier. Sure. We're set up. Wait, pet charms? What are they doing pet charms for, man? Just for leveling or something? Or to like turn in at max level for things? I love how smooth my computer is, man. I actually can't get over it. WoW is so much more fun when it's so, I mean, it's so overkill, but so fucking smooth. I didn't expect that kind of upgrade. Yeah, so we didn't replace the graphics card, but we replaced everything else, pretty much. Oh, and power supply. Power supply and graphics card. Everything else is the same. Or, sorry, everything else is different. And I got a one of the AMD processors with extra Vcache, and it's like, it is like, this area is actually quite laggy, but it just like, it's running at refresh rate and WoW, which is crazy. I'm getting like 200 and like around 240 FPS the whole time, which is wild. You think Ellie's a good main? I mean, I'm not a fan of recommending mains in general. I think everyone's planning to have, like, I think the plan is to have a lot of characters. But I think Ellie's are fantastic. They're a great mix for all the different types of game modes. They have tons of utility. They're really good in BGs. They're really good in shuffle. They're really good. They'll be good. I think good in threes. I mean, I can't give good accurate advice on threes either, considering I haven't actually played threes myself yet. Yeah, well, I mean, Warband's doesn't seem that different, but I think it's fast. I think that one was just fast, and also it's all you can do the first couple weeks, so you might as well have multiple. I think naturally people will gravitate towards, like, you know, a specific class or whatever. Yeah, we're pretty close now. It's kind of insane. Hard to believe, really. You can't Curians or Blitz, they turned it off. They're working for me. Oh, if you don't have beta and early access. Not a whole bunch. I wouldn't think. I mean, it's just get your characters ready. If you don't do any pre-questing or whatever. I mean, you're a day away, man. And in one day, you're gonna have the most fucking content to do. Is it feral time? Oh my god, it's feral time, man. All right. Chomp. Okay, we're getting a little bit chomped ourselves though at the same time. Apparently we live long enough for another one shot. Maybe we will actually. Fucking cocoon again, man. I need to bind the stuff that I do between, like, this needs to be... Oh, it's kind of awkward. Why am I playing Vortex? Do people play Vortex? Or Mass Entangle? I need to bind roots too. Are they bound? They might be bound for my previous stuff. X. Oh, they are bound. Okay. We can do that. Sorry, kind of blasted us. This might be the L lobby for us, unfortunately. We're getting very little done here. Basically, there are no cloth.
To the sun that shines, to the moon that follows, to the night that covers, to the day when love
He's getting chomped, man. So now it's looking grim for us, for sure. I didn't. Oh, I guess the Warriors isn't like. What do I need to do that differently? My damage actually was more significant than the Warriors' damage. The Warriors trucked through the previous rounds, including on Moonken. You were scared of Feral? I mean, I've got no different. I don't know what my buttons are really. So I don't, and there's buttons literally missing, kind of, but. All right. We bit him. He doesn't love my cloning hair. Go! I don't love having to do this during my cooldowns. Oh, that's this arena. Oops. Hey, bust up. Don't think I can kill him now. I said too. We lost a little bit. We learned a little bit though as well. Cycle never been, but it was Urine Paints up. I changed it after. He got the clone with the clone as well though, so it was like kind of neutral-ish. It's wait, is there like a long downtime? Other than the fact that it's down right now, you can't know. I doubt you can push Mythic Plus rating, can you? I mean, I assume it's just restarts. They're probably just doing their best to. Honestly, I think there'll be restarts tomorrow too. Considering, I don't. I guess they know people are gonna log on. Well, at the same time. Oh my god, we're straight in, man. I think retail's down for a bit. I don't like this lobby either. There's no cloth to kill, man. Fight. Oh. Oh, and there he goes. Nice little, only a mil. I should wait for Mr. Farrell, I think. I mean, along with the Druids, I think the better for me. He beamed me out of stealth, man. You knew what he wanted. Wait, how? Oh, I was spamming. Whatever. Kind of. Oops. That was definitely me, but just 100% me. We just sent 2 first bites? Wait, maybe it was him. Nah, he's Dream Dust. I don't know, not really me. 1.5 mil hit. NA subs Zidania right now. It's like emergency maintenance, so I guess is what you'd call it, right? Obviously, Mr. Farrell's gonna wait because what else are you gonna do? Or Mr. Munkin? I can start. I just one tapped him before. I mean, I have my one shot out of this, kind of. Oh, he's dead. Oh, Feral Druids are absolutely enough. There is no question. I just used boxing on the opener. And by the opener, I mean in stealth. He's decided to calm her off the bat. Holy fuck, he almost one-tapped him, man.
No matter who wins, we profit. Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
This is nothing to me. Oh no. Oh no, we're back. We're actually winning this lobby, man. We don't want that. We don't want that at all. No one wants that. No one more than me. All right, we're gonna delete this guy in the opening. You ready? And then if we do, we don't log on Feral ever again. In the opener. Swap to this guy. Uh-oh. Oh no, we're dying. Which means we definitely keep playing Feral. That's a bomb. There's no trinket. There's a heal out of this, though. Clone. Clone his trinket. Clone his friend. Clone this guy. Oh, it's Clone City, man. They have a name for it. He clones. That's a good clone. We're old. This is a good clone for me. Oh! Ah! Unfortunate. Even more unfortunate for Mr. Monk, who went 0-6. But we did no down. We still get it. Yeah, Clone Renzi's gone. Again, they're tanky, huh? They're actually interesting. He's not actually playing. There's like a. Wait, is he playing Starfire build? Ah, he is, I think. There's a crazy Starfire like one-shot build. I don't know if he's playing the full build, but they are very good with it. Let's play the full cheese build because I don't think they play that Dream Bloom stuff. Dream Burst? Wait, Candace, name the new Twitch Prime. I'm really, really sorry. That happened at the start of that game. Did it? I'm so confused. I completely missed that somehow. Candace, thank you very much for that. That means a lot. I'm really, really sorry. Bro, I have no idea what I'm doing, Feral. I'm just killing it to troll, man. The bites are fun when they happen. Candace, thank you for the new sub. I'm really, really sorry about that. I'm using a different. I'm not used to the alerts that I've got now at all, to be honest. Thank you very much for that, though. I'm really, really sorry. That was right before that shovel popped, I think, or as the shovel popped.
a passing by and all the thing about us when we were new school. Flipping off police, drinking beers underage in a swimming pool. But times have changed and we're old now. I think our heat's getting cold now. And now I'm just in love with your cold shoulder.
Cause we fight and then we make love. We break up and then we are
Drew's not. Drew Hudson not purgeable to be kind of broken, I think.
drunk. Love it when we hate fuck. Nobody can change us.
All right, so we got like 30 minutes today left. Ish. We don't get slept on, is it? Thank you so much again, Kaz. I'm really sorry I didn't see that. That's awful. At the start of the expansion, outside of Storm was too laggy, but also like your FPS is low there. Everyone's kind of bunched in one place right in front of it. I am awful, man.
Tell me what you gonna do when they catch us, when they pull out big guns and they blast us. The final end to our mad love. Cause we fight and then we make love. We break up and then we 2 o'clock and now we're day drunk. Love it when we hate fuck. Nobody can change us. When we dance and then we fall hit the speed and then we slow down. 2 o'clock and now we're day drunk. Love it when we hate fuck. Nobody can change us. Love it when we hate fuck. Nobody can change us.
Oh my god, he's winning still. He didn't get a single cast off. That was 0 costs, right? Huh. That's super interesting. The guy didn't cast a single ability. And what did I die to? I guess he just do they still have that? He just soul burn all his dots up? Like how does he get full dots out of me? Is there a way to get... Well, how did he get all of his dots up? Like, what do they have for that? Does he have a way to get full dots out without casting him? Or did he have to cast UA, or did he not get a UA out? There's UA damage. Just UA, and then once he has UA up, I guess that makes sense. Maybe he got 2 casts off. Surprised that he just ran around. I guess he just gets procs from... Res is overtuned, currently on beta. Completely overshadowed by Org. I actually think that might be a bit of the Org thing. That a lot of healers talk about how crazy Org is. If Orgs aren't crazy in PvE, I don't think they're that crazy in PvP. I mean, they're crazy in terms of raw throughput, but I don't think... Oh, it's interesting. Like, in 3s, I think CC will have more value than raw throughput. I think Druids are going to be better in threes, or like at least have comps that are better in threes. It's weird. I think Druids will have sufficient healing, and then if the game goes into deep damp, maybe you can win with raw throughput. But I don't think it'll be the most important thing. Well, I mean, so actually the hots I think are OP about Druid. I mean, I think the hots are important for healing like a Shadow Priest or a Mage through damage. But it's Cyclone and their kit, and also not having to play really close. I feel like maybe Evoker will win, but I think Evoker can get bullied with CC really hard. Maybe Moon can evoke it. Like, I actually could see Boomy Rogue Prez being crazy still. Well, I just think like threes apparently are quite slow. And so in that universe, I could see a world where Druid is good at like breaking out of that more so than Prez, who is susceptible to CC. Especially if it's a mage meta where there's roots and all kinds of stuff to deal with. We could use screams as well, but they don't really pop, or like it stops your actual like normal cues from popping. Skunk keys are fast. I haven't played any survival. I just wanted to play Marks to not have to deal with like mages as much. Let me see. So let me try this Omnibar thing that people suggested earlier on. So I have to create one. I'm gonna call it Arena 1, and we need to have, I guess, just kind of everything we want to track, right? We want to start tracking a lot more, I think, with this one. So it's gonna be like, so it's gonna be tracking from only Arena 1. And I guess we want to start tracking kind of just everything that we think could be useful. Track Shell. Track Darksim if we're dealing with Darksim. I'm gonna go through and basically track everything. I mean, it's only going to track from Arena 1, so right now we're going to see, does it grow from left or from right? Oh, we have to grow it right. How do I make it grow? See how it goes, I guess. I think it's gonna be its way out there, which we don't want. It's a long sleep. That is not getting... Oh, it did get dispelled. Better not come into it. Love. That's good, actually. See it is tracking that right way now. No, it's not. Need a link. Nope. Feels kind of annoying. I'm not sure I want to CC at the start. Maybe only grows from one side, which is really brutal if that's how it works. It's basically useless if it can't. Can't really use the way you want it to be used. I think Shadow Breeze is decent, yeah. What's the DK zoning on this one?
I never felt the pressure of rain till you went away. Just like a heartbeat. This winding road I memorized because my eyes can't take you with me. We can almost go. See me from
We win really soon now. Like the kick, we win. If he doesn't die. Nope.
All the lies they know.
Every man has his own ambition. But even the impossible can happen.
Make the nightmares go. Free me from your curses. All the lights they know. We're in darkest places.
Gets pretty unhealable in a second. If that breaks, which it does. Yep. Oop. It's doing some things, kind of. Wait. Nah, nothing crazy. Can we actually kill these? Takes a bit, but we can. Takes a lot. I don't know. I'm not sure they die instantly. With proxy can kill them. That stun was tragic. Oh, you should have been fine. You can't see the pets? I don't see Windwalker as being very, at least from what I've seen, I don't see it as being super good. I don't think I should have time for the last one. I've played some Dark Ranger. Sentinel does more healing and has the reset mechanic on True Shot, which I just feel like is stronger, and especially, not necessarily in Shuffle, but I feel like in threes it'll be way stronger. The reset mechanic on True Shot is just too powerful, I think. Super annoying the class was already annoying too. I don't know. Like the problem with Windwalker is it doesn't have stuns still. Like it's a rogue that it's a melee class that depends on stuns. That's just so awkward. Like what do they expect it to synergize with? I feel like it's supposed to be a flavor choice between rogue, warrior, and monk, and it needs a warrior or monk to play, and that's just weird. Like it's a melee class that's built like a support class, but honestly without much support either. It's got a very niche toolkit. Like it's weird because it you know, if you'd played, you know, if the people that are making monks had played Legion and expansions before Legion, they would understand how they fit in